Hello, and welcome to the English Grammar course. My name is Marion, and I will be your teacher throughout this course. As part of this curriculum, developed especially for this format, I will be leading you on a journey of discovery touching on all things grammar related. The course progresses in level as it progresses chronologically. There are 3 chapters in this course: parts of speech, verb tenses, and lessons on certain particularities of English grammar. Chapter 1 introduces more basic grammar concepts like nouns, adjectives, or prepositions. Chapter 2 evolves from a beginner to advanced level within itself. We begin with basic tenses like the present simple and continuous, and progressively advance towards more advanced tenses like the past or future perfect continuous. The 3rd chapter covers various topics that are important to understand and use when speaking and writing both in formal and informal English, like subject-verb agreements or direct and indirect speech. Every chapter in this course will teach you to identify, understand, and apply each grammar point accurately. Some of you more advanced students may be tempted to skip ahead to more challenging lessons, but reviewing basic concepts is always helpful, and I strongly recommend following this carefully developed curriculum as it is presented to you. This course is filled with practical and real-life examples of how grammar is used by native speakers. If there is new or unfamiliar vocabulary, don't hesitate to pause the lesson and grab a dictionary. To improve in learning a foreign language, practicing all your skills is very important, rather than just focusing on one. That is why there are many different types of activities in this course. It is filled with practices like multiple choice quizzes, correcting mistakes, listening to audio, and reading news articles, so that you will have opportunities to practice and engage with the videos. It has been designed to be fun and interactive and not just a passive learning experience. Don't hesitate to take what you have learned from each video and apply it to your English practices and activities. For example, if you are reading a book or watching a movie in English, keep identifying and searching for the content and rules you have learned in these lessons. Learning a new language is always an ongoing process. It never stops. So that's it. Welcome to the English Grammar course. Let's get started. Hello, and welcome to the English Grammar course. This is Lesson 1, Chapter 1, and I am Marion, your English teacher. Our first lesson today is about nouns. In English grammar, a noun is a word that is the name of something: a person, an animal, a thing, a state, an event, an idea, or a feeling. For example, the little boy wants a cat for his birthday. In this sentence, we have three nouns: boy, which refers to a person; cat, which refers to an animal; and birthday, which refers to an event. Let's practice with some other sentences. The queen-sized bed has green sheets. In this sentence, we have two nouns, bed and sheets. Bed is a singular noun, which means there is only one bed. Sheets is plural because it has an S at the end of the word. This means there is more than one sheet. Be careful. The word queen is not a noun in this sentence. It is compounded with sized to create an adjective. Queen-sized describes the size of the bed. Let's move on to another sentence. The blue backpack is full of books. There are also two nouns in this sentence. Backpack is a singular noun, and books is a plural noun, as you can see by the S at the end of the word. Good job! Now, it's important to note that there are different types of nouns. First, we have proper nouns. A proper noun is a word that refers to a specific person, place, or object. For example, John is the name of a person. London is the name of a specific place. And the Statue of Liberty refers to an object or thing. Notice how the J in John, L in London, and S and L of Statue of Liberty are capitalized. This is because we always capitalize the first letter of proper nouns. Common nouns are words that refer to a non-specific person, place, or object. For example, a woman is a non-specific person. Country is the name of a non-specific place. Table is the name for a non-specific object or thing. Notice how the W in woman, C in country, and T in table are not capitalized. This is because common nouns are not capitalized unless they are the first word in a sentence. Now, let's practice. How many nouns can you find in the following sentences? Julia is the name of the child. Great! In this sentence, there are three nouns. Julia is a proper noun, as it refers to a specific person, whilst name and child are common nouns. Let's try another sentence. Elizabeth is the queen of a country called England. In this sentence, there are four nouns. Elizabeth and England are two proper nouns. They refer to a specific person and place. Queen and country are two common nouns. Congratulations! Now you know all about proper and common nouns. Our next category of nouns are countable, and uncountable. Countable nouns, as you can guess, can be counted, and they have singular and plural forms. A countable noun becomes plural by adding s at the end of the word. For example, 1 chair is singular. 2 chairs, 3 chairs, 4 chairs, and so on are plural. Now, it's your turn. Can you make the plural forms of these countable nouns? Apple, pen, door, lion. The plural form of apple is apples. The plural form of pen is pens. The plural form of door is doors. The plural form of lion is lions. Make sure to always pronounce the S at the end of plural nouns. Some countable nouns become plurals in other ways. By this, I mean you don't add an S. They are called irregular plural nouns. Here are some examples. The plural of man is men. The plural of child is children. The plural of country is countries. The plural of mouse is mice. Great work! Now, if countable nouns can be counted, then uncountable nouns cannot. They only have a singular form. You never add an S to them. For example, sugar, dirt, information, milk. Well done. Now let's practice. Can you find and identify the type of nouns in these sentences? Josephine loves books. There are 2 nouns in this sentence. Josephine is a proper noun, and books is a common and countable noun. He watched that new movie. There is 1 noun in this sentence. Movie is both a common noun and countable. George is a big fan of Star Wars. There are 3 nouns in this sentence. 2 proper nouns, George, which is the name of a specific person, and Star Wars, which is the name of a specific movie. Fan is both a common and countable noun. London has a lot of dirt in the streets. There are 3 nouns in this sentence. London is a proper noun. Dirt is a common and uncountable noun, whilst streets is a common and countable noun. The Golden Gate Bridge is a very famous bridge. In this sentence, we have 2 nouns. 1 proper noun, the Golden Gate Bridge, and we have 1 common and countable noun, bridge. excellent job with these sentences. Now let's practice what we have learned today in a practical context. Here is an article from the website apnews.com. Can you identify all the types of nouns in this text? First, we will read it, then you will have 3 minutes to find the nouns. Once a week, on Southern California's most famous beach, just before the sun dips into the Pacific Ocean, dozens of people gather and silently dance like no one is watching. Those swaying on the sand, wearing wireless headsets with decorative LED lights, streaming music from a nearby DJ, are practitioners of ecstatic dance. Moving their bodies and losing themselves in the music, participants describe an almost spiritual experience. The gatherings held on Venice Beach and organized by Ecstatic Dance LA are normally held indoors and under clear guidelines, in part meant to limit participants from becoming self-conscious. All right, 3 minutes to identify the nouns. Well done! In this article, there are a total of 23 nouns. There are 4 proper nouns, Southern California, Pacific Ocean, Venice Beach, and Ecstatic Dance LA. There are 19 common nouns: week, beach, sun, people, sand, headsets, LED, lights, music, DJ, practitioners, dance, bodies, music, participants, experience, gatherings, guidelines, and participants. There are 15 countable nouns: week, beach, sun, people, headsets, LED, lights, DJ, practitioners, bodies, participants, experience, gatherings, guidelines, and participants. And there are 4 uncountable nouns: sand, music, dance, and again, music. Great job with this article. Now it's time for review. Today we have learned that proper nouns refer to specific people, places, or things. Common nouns refer to any type of people, places, or things. Countable nouns refer to nouns you can count, and uncountable nouns refer to nouns you cannot count, like liquids or abstract ideas. Thank you so much for joining me in this first lesson of the English grammar course. Today we learned about nouns, and in our next lesson we will learn about articles. See you then! Hello, and welcome back to the English grammar course. I am Marian, your native English teacher, and today we will be learning about articles. First, let's review the content from our last lesson. In our last video, we discussed nouns. Nouns refer to people, places, or things. For example, Lily put her hat on the table. There are 3 nouns in this sentence: Lily, which refers to a person; hat and table, which refer to objects or things. Nouns refer to many things and can be classified into different categories. Common nouns refer to any type of people, places, or things. For example, the dog is under the umbrella. Dog is the name of an animal, and umbrella is the name of a thing. Proper nouns are used to refer to specific people, places, or things. For example, Joseph put the ball in the basket. We have 1 proper noun in this sentence: Joseph, which is capitalized with a J. Countable nouns are nouns you can count. For example, in the sentence, there are 3 candles in the bedroom. candles, and bedroom are countable nouns. 1 candle, 2 candles, 3 candles, 4 candles, etc., etc. Uncountable nouns cannot be counted, like liquids and abstract ideas. For example, in the sentence, there is no more milk and sugar in the kitchen. Milk and sugar cannot be counted. We never add an S to make the plural with uncountable nouns. They remain the same. Well done! Now it's time to move on to today's lesson. Articles. There are 3 articles in the English language: a, un, the, and they must always be used with singular countable nouns. For example, a chair, an elephant, a man, the queen. Let's see some articles within a sentence. The woman is sleeping in a hotel. There are 2 nouns in this sentence: woman and hotel. Therefore, we need 2 articles: the woman, a hotel. We do not need an article for proper nouns of people or places. For example, I like France. There is no article before France. I'm spending time with Mary. There is no article before Mary. The only exceptions are for certain countries that usually end with an S. For example, the United States of America, the Maldives, the Galapagos. Now, let's practice. Can you choose the correct sentence? There is a glass of water on the shelf. There is glass of water on the shelf. The first sentence is correct. Glass is a noun and therefore needs an article before it. A glass of water. A coat is necessary to live in Canada. A coat is necessary to live in the Canada. The first sentence is correct. Canada is a proper noun and the name of a place that does not end in S. Therefore, we do not need an article. I don't have suit for the event. I don't have a suit for the event. The second sentence is correct. Suit is a noun Therefore, we need an article before it. A suit. Great work! Now there are two categories of articles, indefinite and definite. The indefinite articles are a, un. They refer to non-specific nouns. We use a in front of a consonant letter and un in front of a vowel. For example, a chair. Chair begins with a C, which is a consonant. Therefore, we use the article a. An elephant. Elephant starts with an E. Therefore, we use the article un. The vowels in English are A, E, I, O, U, and sometimes Y. Now, can you choose the correct indefinite article for these words? Pig, mug, apple, jacket, orange. The answers are a pig, a mug, an apple, a jacket, an orange. Great job! Now we use an indefinite article to talk about something for the first time. Often, we use an indefinite article first, then follow it by the definite article the. For example, I saw a cat. The cat was black and white. In the first sentence, I saw a cat, we mention the cat for the first time. The listener might not know what cat I am referring to. In the second sentence, we mention cat for the second time. Therefore, we can use the definite article the. Let's have a closer look. The definite article the is used to refer to a specific person or thing. For example, I like looking at the moon. Moon is specific. There is only one. Can we go to the coffee shop I like? We don't mean any coffee shop. We mean a specific one. We can use the definite article the with uncountable nouns. For example, can you pass the sugar, please? Sugar is uncountable. Therefore, we use the definite article the. The information you gave me is wrong. Information is an uncountable common noun. Therefore, we use the definite article the. Practice time. Now, can you decide which sentence is correct? I like to sit in a sun. I like to sit in the sun. The second sentence is correct. Sun is a specific thing. Drink the tea. Drink a tea. Tea is uncountable, so you must use the definite article the. Great work! Now, let's practice finding and identifying articles in this video. This clip is from a popular American sitcom or comedy TV show called Friends. In this clip, Ross Geller, one of the characters, tries to sell cookies to his friends. We will watch the video a first time, normally, then we will watch it again slowed down. Remember, try to find all the articles, both definite and indefinite. Let's go.
And these come in the shapes of your favorite Christmas characters: Santa, Rudolph, and Baby Jesus.
All right, I'll take a box of the cream-filled Jesuses.
Wait a minute, one box? Come on, I'm trying to send a poor little girl to space camp. I'm putting you down for 5 boxes. Chandler, what about you?
All right, do you have any coconut-flavored deities?
No, but there's coconut in the Hanukkah menorahs. I'll tell you what, I'll put you down for 8 boxes, 1 for each night. Mom?
All right, I'll take 1 box of the mint treasures. 1, and that's it. I started gaining weight after I joined the Brown Birds. Remember, Dad bought every one of my boxes and I ate them all.
No, Mom, Dad had to buy every one of your boxes because you ate them all. But, you know, I'm sure that's not going to happen this time. Why don't I just put you down for 3 of the mint treasures and just a couple of the Rudolphs?
No.
Oh, come on now. You know you want them.
Don't do this.
I'll tell you what, Ma. I'll give you the first box for free.
Oh, God, I gotta go!
Come on, all the cool kids are eating them.
Now let's watch it again, but slow down to give you more chances of finding the articles. Pay no notice to the voices. Due to the audio slowing down, they have changed and sound a bit funny. So just enjoy it and focus on finding the articles.
And these come in the shapes of your favorite Christmas characters: Santa, Rudolph, and Baby Jesus. All right, I'll take a box of the cream-filled Jesuses. Wait a minute, 1 box? Come on, I'm trying to send a poor little girl to space camp. I'm putting you down for 5 boxes. Chandler, what about you? All right, do you have any, coconut-flavored deities? No, but, there's coconut in the Hanukkah menorahs. I'll tell you what, I'll put you down for 8 boxes, 1 for each night. Mom?
All right, I'll take 1 box of the mint treasures. 1, and that's it. I started gaining weight after I joined the Brown Birds. Remember, Dad bought every one of my boxes and I ate them all.
I know, Mom, Dad had to buy every one of your boxes because you ate them all. But, I'm sure that's not gonna happen this time. Why don't I just put you down for 3 of the mint treasures and just a couple of the Rudolphs?
No.
Oh, come on now, you know you want them.
Don't do this.
I'll tell you what, Ma. I'll give you the first box for free. Oh, God, I gotta go! Come on, all the cool kids are eating them.
Well done. In this clip, there was a total of 11 articles, 3 indefinite articles, and 8 definite articles. We find them in these sentences, and these come in the shapes of your favorite Christmas characters. I'll take a box of the cream-filled Jesuses. I'm trying to send a poor little girl to space camp. No, but there's coconut in the Hanukkah menorahs. I'll take 1 box of the mint treasures. I started gaining weight after I joined the brown birds. Why don't I just put you down for 3 of the mint treasures and just a couple of the Rudolphs? I'll give you the first box for free. Come on, all the cool kids are eating them. Well done, everybody. We finished our last practice. Now time for review. There are 3 articles in the English language: a, un, the, and they must always be used with singular countable nouns. A and un are indefinite articles. They refer to non-specific nouns. We use a in front of a consonant and un in front of a vowel. The is a definite article. We use it to refer to a specific person or thing, or use it in front of an uncountable noun. We do not need an article for proper nouns of people or places. Well done today. Thank you for joining me in this lesson of the English grammar course. Next lesson, we will learn about quantifiers. See you then. Hello, and welcome back to the English grammar course. I am Marian, your certified English teacher, and today we will be learning about quantifiers. But first, let's review the content from our last English lesson. In the last lesson, we learned about articles. All articles are used before nouns. We use the indefinite articles a, un, with non-specific singular countable nouns. For example, an apple can be red or yellow. We are talking about apples generally, not a specific one. And apple is singular. It has no S at the end. And it is countable. It is possible to count how many apples there are. We use the definite article the for specific nouns. For instance, I like the coffee you gave me. We are talking about specific coffee. We also use the with uncountable nouns. The sugar is white. Sugar is uncountable. We do not need an article for proper nouns of people and places. For example, in the sentence, I'm going to Germany. There is no article before the proper noun Germany. Now let's practice. Can you fill in the gaps? A latte always has milk. He sat on a bench in the park. They like the movie you chose. Well done. Now we can move on to today's lesson on quantifiers. Quantifiers are words used to express an amount or quantity. Some quantifiers can only be used with countable nouns. Many, few, a few, fewer, several. For example, there are many eggs in the basket. Eggs is a countable noun, so we can use the quantifier many. There are a few children in that class. This sentence means there are not many children in the class. Fewer tourists traveled this year. Some other quantifiers can only be used with uncountable nouns. Much, little, a bit of. For example, I don't put much sugar in my coffee. Sugar is an uncountable noun. Therefore, we can use much. There's very little water left in the bottle. Some quantifiers may be used with both countable and uncountable nouns. All, some, any, lots of, plenty of, enough. For example, we have enough milk to make pancakes. There are lots of pencils in his backpack. Now, it's practice time. Can you identify the quantifiers? I like a lot of milk in my tea. The quantifier is a lot of. It is used with the uncountable noun milk. This sentence means a high quantity of milk. She brought several cupcakes to the party. The quantifier is several. It is used with the countable noun cupcakes. Several means there are not many, not few, but several. Would you like some salt for your meat? In this sentence, the quantifier is some. It is used with the uncountable noun salt. How many coins do you have? The quantifier is many. It is used with the plural countable noun coins. There are only a few children left in the group. The quantifier is a few, used with the plural countable noun children. Great work! Now, let's practice with a practical activity. Here is an excerpt from an article of today.com. In this article, I want you to find all the quantifiers. We will read the text, then you will have 3 minutes to identify the quantifiers. One New Zealand police officer can confirm. This 4-year-old has the coolest toys. In an update posted to Facebook, New Zealand police revealed an exchange that was too cute not to share from its emergency dispatch department. Police lady, can I tell you something? A little boy's voice asked. I've got some toys for you. The brief exchange was cut off by a scuffle, followed by the boy's father joining the line to say there was no emergency. But the dispatcher was touched by the moment and made a call for any officer who was free to stop by and see the boy. Now, if there are any words you don't understand, don't worry, it's okay. Practice using the article to identify certain key grammar points. In this case, the quantifiers. You have 3 minutes. Let's go. Great work! In this text, there are a total of 2 quantifiers. I've got some toys for you. Some can be used with countable and uncountable nouns. In this sentence, it's used with this plural countable noun, toys. The other quantifier is found in the sentence, but the dispatcher was touched by the moment and made a call for any officer who was free to stop by and see the boy. Any is used with the singular, countable, common noun, officer. Great job! Now it's time for review. With countable nouns, we use the quantifiers many, few, a few, fewer, several. With uncountable nouns, we use the words much, little, a bit of. With both countable and uncountable nouns, we use the quantifiers all, some, any, lots of, plenty of, enough. The quantifiers many, much, lots of, plenty of indicate a big quantity of things. Few, a few, little, a bit of, some indicate small quantities of things. Well done today. Thank you for joining me in this lesson of the English grammar course. Well done on all your hard work, and see you next time. Hello, this is Marian, your English teacher, and welcome back to the English grammar course. Today, our lesson is on pronouns. But first, let's review our last lesson on quantifiers. Quantifiers are words used to express an amount or quantity. With countable nouns, we use the quantifiers many, few, a few, fewer, several. For example, I have a few pencils. There are several plants in my living room. Now, with uncountable nouns, we use the quantifiers much, little, a bit of. For instance, I have little patience for your attitude. I'll have a bit of milk in my tea, please. Some quantifiers can be used with both countable and uncountable nouns. For example, all, some, any, lots of, plenty of, enough. For example, I have plenty of energy for the hike. That's enough coffee for me. Thanks. Now let's practice. Can you fill in the gaps? Some sentences have multiple answers. Let's go. Can you go to the store? There is little milk left in the fridge. I can't go to the cinema. I have too much homework to finish. Do you want some rice with your meat? Do you want any rice with your meat? Do you want a bit of rice with your meat? It's hard to choose. I have many games we can play. I have several games we can play. I have plenty of games we can play. Well done. Now that we have finished the review, let's move on to today's topic. Pronouns. A pronoun is a word that replaces a noun or noun phrase that has already been mentioned in a text or conversation. For example, in the sentence, Alex loves going to the cinema. She watches all the new movies. The pronoun she replaces the name Alex so that these sentences are not too repetitive. The cat and the dog are friends. They play together all the time. The pronoun they replaces or refers to the cat and the dog. There are many types of pronouns, but today we will be learning about personal and possessive pronouns as well as possessive adjectives. Now let's get the pronouns party started by getting personal. There are two types of personal pronouns, subject and object. The subject of a phrase is the person or thing doing the main action, whereas the object is having something done to it. For example, my sister loves books. There are two nouns in this sentence, sister and books. The main action is the verb love. My sister is the noun doing the action. Sister loves. So she is the subject. Whereas love is happening to the book. Therefore, book is the object. Now let's take a look at the subject and object pronouns. The subject pronouns are I, you, he, she, it, we, you, they. The object pronouns are me, you, him, her, it, us, you, them. You may notice that the pronoun you appears twice in the same category. That's because the first you is singular, whereas the second you is plural and refers to two or more people. These personal pronouns stand in for nouns and noun phrases and generally refer back to them in a conversation or text. For example, the book is about a love story. It is very interesting. The pronoun it refers to the book. It replaces the word book to not sound repetitive. I can't carry the box. It is too heavy. In the first sentence, the speaker of the sentence is the subject, referred to with the personal pronoun I. In the second sentence, the box becomes the subject and is referred to with the personal pronoun it. The clothes in the closet are arranged very neatly. Laura put them away this morning. In the first sentence, the noun clothes is the subject of the sentence. But in the second sentence, Laura becomes the subject and clothes becomes the object and is therefore replaced with the object personal pronoun them. All right, it's time to practice. Can you guess the pronoun? Jasmine and Maria are eating ice cream at the mall. They go to the mall every Saturday. Tia, we're going to the park. Do you want to come with us? My friends and I love basketball. We play on the weekends. The subject personal pronoun we replaces the subject my friends and I. The elephant is so big. It is very majestic. In this sentence, the personal pronoun it replaces the noun elephant. I'm going to Caroline's house. I'm helping her with homework. In this example, the personal pronoun her replaces Caroline, who is the object of the sentences. Great job! Now you're a master of personal pronouns. Our next step is learning about possessive pronouns and adjectives. It can be confusing because these words are sometimes referred to as possessive pronouns and absolute pronouns, whilst in other grammar books, we call them possessive pronouns and adjectives. This is just to explain that depending on the teacher or the grammar book or the website, you might see different names for the grammar we are about to learn next. But for the sake of simplicity in this lesson, we will be learning about possessive pronouns and possessive adjectives. Now, possessive adjectives are used to talk about ownership. The possessive adjectives are my, your, his, her, its, our, your, their. Possessive adjectives are used before a noun to show who or what owns it. For example, this is my jacket. The dog is looking for its master. Now, can you identify the possessive adjectives? Where are our shoes? The possessive adjective is our. They indicate who the shoes belong to. It's his turn to play. The possessive adjective is his. It indicates whose turn it belongs to. Look, Benny and James live there. That's their house. The possessive adjective in this sentence is their. This indicates who owns the house. It's Benny and James. Great job! Now, our next step is possessive pronouns. Just like possessive adjectives, possessive pronouns indicate who owns a thing. The possessive pronouns are mine, yours, his, hers, its, ours, yours, theirs. Possessive pronouns are used instead of a noun to show who or what owns something. For example, the hat belongs to Karen. It's hers. The possessive pronoun hers replaces the word hat and indicate who owns it. It's Karen. She gave him her phone. Now it's his. Great. Time for practice. Can you identify the possessive pronouns? My mother gets along well with yours. The possessive pronoun is yours. The turtle is mine. The possessive pronoun is mine. This indicates that the turtle belongs to me, and mine is not in front of a noun. It stands alone. This ring belonged to my great-grandmother. It was hers in the 20s. The possessive pronoun is hers. Hers replaces the noun ring and indicates it belonged to the great-grandmother. Good work! Now let's practice using both possessive pronouns and possessive adjectives together. My pencil is broken. Can I borrow yours? Yours is a possessive pronoun. It replaces the noun pencil. Your computer is a Mac, but mine is a PC. Mine is also a possessive pronoun. It is not in front of a noun. It indicates that the PC belongs to me, the speaker. John has lost his phone. His is a possessive adjective because it's in front of the noun phone, and it indicates that the phone belongs to John. We gave them our phone number and they gave us theirs. Theirs is a possessive pronoun. We made this painting. It's ours. Ours is a possessive pronoun. The bird had broken its wing. Its is a possessive adjective. All right, we have finished. Well done. Now it's time to practice within a practical context. Here is a passage from an article in the New York Times online magazine. We will read the text, then you will have 3 minutes to identify the personal pronouns, both subject and object, and identify the possessive adjectives and pronouns. In 1960, the American-born oil tycoon J. Paul Getty purchased his dream vacation home in Italy. He could have opted for a palazzo in a bustling resort destination like Portofino or Capri. But perhaps, unsurprisingly, given his obsession with ancient Rome, Getty, who died in 1976, ended up in Ladispoli, a quiet seaside town just 30 miles outside of the Italian capital. Indeed, at various points, stretching back to the Roman Empire and up until World War II, when it was bombed heavily, this stretch of Tyrrhenian coastline, known for its tranquil beaches and temperate weather, was a premier destination for Rome's elite. Marie-Louise Sio and her 3 siblings lived with their parents in the house for almost a decade before 1990, when her father transformed it into a 19-room hotel called La Posta Vecchia. Now don't worry if you don't understand all the words. This activity is to help you practice identifying the pronouns. Now, you have 3 minutes to find them. Let's go! In this article, there are a total of 9 pronouns. 3 personal pronouns, he, it, and 6 possessive adjectives, his, its, her, their, her. Great job! Now it's time for review. Personal pronouns replace a noun or noun phrase that is either the subject or the object of a sentence, and generally refers back to them in a conversation or text. The subject personal pronouns are I, you, she, he, it, we, you, they. The object personal pronouns are me, you, him, her, it, us, you, them. Possessive adjectives indicate who or what owns a thing. The possessive adjectives are my, your, his, her, its, our, your, their, and are placed in front of a noun. Possessive pronouns also indicate who or what owns a thing, but replace the noun in a sentence. The possessive pronouns are mine, yours, his, hers, ours, yours, theirs. Fantastic! We have finished our first lesson on pronouns, and will continue to learn about this part of speech in our next lesson. Until then, see you soon! Welcome back to the English Grammar course. I am Marion, your English teacher, and I'm excited to be learning again with you today. Last lesson, we started learning about pronouns, and we will be continuing on this journey today with reflexive, reciprocal, relative, demonstrative, interrogative, and indefinite pronouns. These names may sound intimidating, but trust me, you've used them all before. As always, let's start the lesson by reviewing last week's content: personal pronouns and possessive pronouns and adjectives. A pronoun is a word that replaces a noun or noun phrase that has already been mentioned in a text or conversation. Personal pronouns replace the noun or noun phrase that is either the subject or object of a sentence. Personal pronouns generally refer back to them in a conversation or text. The subject personal pronouns are I, you, he, she, it, we, you, they. This is my best friend. She is beautiful. The personal pronoun she replaces the noun best friend. The object personal pronouns are me, you, him, her, it, us, you, them, and they replace the object noun of a sentence. For example, look at the beautiful flowers. Sally planted them. Possessive adjectives refer to who or what own a thing and are used in front of a noun they possess. The possessive adjectives are my, your, his, her, its, our, your, their. For example, this is my phone. The possessive adjective my indicates that the phone belongs to me. Her father is very tall. The possessive adjective her indicates that that father is her father. Possessive pronouns also refer to who or what owns a thing, but they replace the noun. The possessive pronouns are mine, yours, his, hers, its, ours, yours, theirs. This is my phone. It's mine. The possessive pronoun mine refers and replaces the noun phone. It indicates that the phone belongs to me. They have found their seats. Can you see ours? Great. Now it's time to practice. Can you fill in the gap with the correct pronoun? Let's go. I paid for my scarf, so it's mine. This is such a great movie. Have you watched it? Pick any book. The choice is yours. We bought this book together, so it's ours. I love chocolate cake. It's my favorite kind of cake. Great job! We finished with the review. Now let's begin today's lesson with reflexive pronouns. The reflexive pronouns are myself, yourself, himself, herself, itself, ourselves, yourselves, themselves, and they refer to the person or animal that is the subject of a verb. For example, Jane likes herself in red. The reflexive pronoun herself refers back to Jane. Reflexive pronouns can be used in a sentence in different ways. It can be used as the object of a verb. For example, Joe blames himself for the mistake. Who does Joe blame? Himself. He is both the subject and the object. Reflexive pronouns can also be used as the object of a preposition. Look at yourself. At is a preposition. Yourself is the reflexive pronoun. Reflexive pronouns can also be used as the indirect object of a verb. She helped herself to a sandwich. Finally, the last use of a reflexive pronoun is to emphasize a noun or personal noun. Alex herself baked this amazing pie. All right, time to practice, everyone. Can you fill in the gap with the proper reflexive pronoun? He didn't believe in himself in the end. Himself refers back to he. Don't lie to yourself. You know you won't finish on time. Those brothers are bored. They should find themselves a friend to play with. I made these cookies myself. Good job, everyone. Let's move on to our next type of pronouns. There are only two types of reciprocal pronouns, and they are each other, one another. We use reciprocal pronouns when two or more people do the same thing together. For example, Jessica and Tom sent each other letters. This sentence means that Jessica sent Tom letters and Tom sent Jessica letters. They both did it together. We sent one another flowers. We could indicate 2, 3, 4, or more people. This means that each person sent the others flowers. Everyone sent and everyone received the flowers. Be careful. Make sure not to confuse reciprocal pronouns with possessive pronouns, because they can really change the meaning of a sentence. For example, Ted and Lola talk to each other regularly. This sentence means that Ted talks to Lola and Lola talks to Ted. But in the sentence, Ted and Lola talk to themselves regularly. This sentence means that Ted talks to Ted and Lola talks to Lola. Now let's practice the different uses of reciprocal pronouns and possessive pronouns. Can you choose the correct answer? I play jazz music and she plays rock music for me. We play music for each other. We play music for ourselves. The first sentence is correct. We play music for each other. This means that the speaker, I, plays music for the girl, and the girl plays music for the speaker. Both my sisters have problems with their knees from playing football. They hurt one another playing rugby, They hurt themselves playing rugby. The second sentence is correct. They hurt themselves playing rugby means that both sisters are hurt, but not related to one another. The first sentence, they hurt one another playing rugby, means that one sister hurt the other and vice versa. Good job! Now let's move on to our next category, demonstrative pronouns. A demonstrative pronoun refers to a specific thing to indicate whether it is close or far in space and or time. There are 4 demonstrative pronouns: this, that, these, those. To indicate one or more things near in distance or time, we use the pronouns this and these. To indicate one or more things that are far in distance or time, we use the pronouns that and those. All 4 of these demonstrative pronouns can be used before a noun or instead of a noun. For example, that was the last time I heard that song. All right, your turn. Can you fill in the gaps? Look at my hand. What's this? The speaker's hand is close to their body. Therefore, we use the singular demonstrative pronoun this. That happened a long time ago. A long time ago indicates that the action was far in time, far in the past. Therefore, we use the singular demonstrative pronoun that. Great one. Now time for relative pronouns. We use relative pronouns to introduce relative clauses, which is simply a sentence used to clarify or add information about who or what we are talking about. The relative pronouns are who, whom, whose, which, that. We use the relative pronouns who and whom for people, whose to indicate ownership, which for things, and the word that for both people and things. In American English, it is more common to use that for things. People rarely use which, whereas in British English, people still use both which and that. For example, Marie Curie is the woman who discovered radium. The relative clause, who discovered radium, gives more information about the woman, Marie Curie. I'm reading Wild, which is my favorite book, for the third time. The relative clause, which is my favorite book, gives more information about the book Wild. Notice how the relative clause is in the middle of the sentence and is therefore placed between two commas. Now, it's time for practice. Can you fill in the gaps with the correct relative pronoun? Economics is a subject that I've never understood. Isaac Newton is the man who discovered gravity. I want a computer that is fast. Great job. Now, let's move on to interrogative pronouns. The interrogative pronouns are who, what, where, whom, which, whose. Notice how they are very similar to relative pronouns. We just use them differently, as we use interrogative pronouns to ask questions, and therefore use them at the beginning of a question. These interrogative pronouns refer to a person, place, time, information, or thing that we don't know. For example, who is that girl you were with? Who indicates a person that we don't know. Which shoes should I wear tonight? Which refers to a thing that we don't know. Be careful not to confuse whose and whose. Notice that they have the same pronunciation but are spelt differently. Whose, W-H-O apostrophe S, means who is. It's a contraction. We will be learning more about contractions in Chapter 3 of this course. Whose, W-H-O-S-E, is a possessive pronoun. All right, practice time. Can you guess which sentence is correct? Where is the name of that movie you love? What is the name of that movie you love? The second question is correct. A movie is a thing. Therefore, we are asking with the interrogative pronoun what. Whose book is that? Who book is that? The first question is correct. We are referring to the ownership of the book. Therefore, we need a possessive interrogative pronoun. Fantastic! Finally, it's time for one last category of pronouns. These are indefinite pronouns. They are used to refer to non-specific people or things. To speak about all non-specific people or things, we use everyone, everybody, everywhere, everything. To speak about a non-positive person, place, or thing in a positive sentence, we use someone, somebody, somewhere, something. To speak about a non-specific person, place, or thing in a negative sentence, we use anyone, anybody, anywhere, anything. To speak about a zero quantity of non-specific people, places, or things, we use no one, nobody, nowhere, or nothing. For example, I didn't see anyone famous in New York. We're talking about a non-specific person in a negative sentence construction, as indicated by did not or didn't. Therefore, we use anyone. Practice time. Can you fill in the gaps? Someone climbed Mount Everest last month. I won't tell your secret to anyone. I want to go on holiday somewhere warm. She has no friends. No one likes her. Great work! Now it's time to practice in a popular context. You will listen to the beginning of a song by the popular American artists G-Eazy and Bebe Rexha. Then listen to parts of the song again in 3 steps. This is very informal English, so don't worry if you don't understand all the words or slang. Just focus on finding and identifying the different types of pronouns. All right, let's go. All right, I hope you enjoyed the song. Now let's listen to the first part again, slowed down. Can you find all the pronouns we have learned today? Great job! Now in this part of the song, there are a total of 3 pronouns. 1 reflexive, myself. 1 demonstrative, that. And 1 relative, what. Let's move on to the second part of the song. In this passage of the song, there are a total of 4 pronouns. 2 relative pronouns, what, and 2 demonstrative pronouns, this and that. All right, let's move on to the final passage of this song. In this part of the song, there are a total of 5 pronouns. 1 reflexive pronoun, myself, 2 demonstrative pronouns, that, and 2 indefinite pronouns, anything. Excellent work! Now it's time for review before successfully ending this lesson. The reflexive pronouns are myself, yourself, himself, herself, itself, ourselves, yourselves, themselves. And they refer to the person or animal that is the subject of the verb. Reciprocal pronouns are each other, one another. We use each other when 2 people do the same thing, and one another when 2 or more people do the same thing. Be careful not to confuse reciprocal pronouns and plural reflexive pronouns. A demonstrative pronoun refers to a specific thing to indicate whether it is close or far in space and or time. This and these refer to things that are close, and that and those indicate things that are far in distance or time. The relative pronouns are who, whom, whose, which, that. And they introduce relative clauses to add information about a sentence. We use the relative pronouns who and whom for people, whose for ownership, which for things, and that for people or things. That is more commonly used for things than which. The interrogative pronouns are who, what, where, whom, which, whose. They refer to a person, place, time, information, or thing we don't know. We use them at the beginning of a question. The indefinite pronouns are somewhere, someone, anyone, no one, nobody, etc. They are used to refer to non-specific people or things. Great work today! You are a master of pronouns now. Next lesson, we will begin learning about adjectives. See you then! Hello, this is Marian, your American English teacher, and welcome back to the English Grammar course. Today's lesson will focus on adjectives, but first, let's review last week's content. In our last video, we studied the following pronouns. The reflexive pronouns myself, yourself, himself, herself, itself, ourselves, yourselves, themselves. And they are used to refer to the person or animal that is the subject of the verb. For example, Jamie can't forgive himself for what he did. The reciprocal pronouns are each other, one another, and they are used when 2 or more people do the same thing. For instance, they like each other. A demonstrative pronoun refers to a specific thing to indicate whether it is close or far in space and or time. The demonstrative pronouns are this, these, that, those. For example, this flower here is more beautiful than that one over there. We use the demonstrative pronoun that because the flower is far in distance to the speaker. The pronoun that both refers to and replaces the noun flower. In the phrase, this flower here, this is not a demonstrative pronoun because it is in front of the noun flower. It doesn't replace it. We use relative pronouns to introduce relative clauses, which is simply a part of a sentence used to clarify or add information about who or what we are talking about. We use the relative pronouns who and whom for people, which for things, and that for people and things, and whose to indicate ownership. For example, I can't believe it. That never should have happened. Interrogative pronouns, which are who, what, where, whom, which, whose, are used to ask questions. The interrogative pronoun refers to a person, place, time, information, or thing we don't know. For example, where is the party? Indefinite pronouns like somewhere, anyone, nobody, and more are used to refer to non-specific people or things. Can someone help me, please? Great work. Now it's practice time. Can you figure out which pronoun to use in these sentences? The book I read last month was not very good. I didn't like that one. We use the demonstrative pronoun that to replace and refer to the noun book. Last month indicates that the book read was far in the past. That book I read last month was not very good. That is a demonstrative pronoun. Who did you invite to your birthday? Who is an interrogative pronoun. Will you look at yourself in the mirror? You need a haircut. Yourself is a reflexive pronoun. All three of them bought Christmas gifts for one another. They each loved what they got. One another is a reciprocal pronoun. I don't trust myself with sharp knives. Myself is a reflexive pronoun. There are two possible answers for this question. Which dress should I wear? What dress should I wear? Which and what are both interrogative pronouns which can be used for things. All right, we finished our review. Great job. Now it's time to move on to adjectives. An adjective is a word used to describe nouns such as people, objects, events, substances, and ideas. Using adjectives are a great way to elevate your spoken and written English and help you to more clearly and vividly express your thoughts and feelings. Let's compare a sentence with adjectives and one with none. I found a bag today. This is a very basic sentence structure. What does the bag look like? We don't know. I found a beautiful red silk bag today. Not only do we have a description of the bag, we can imagine what it looks like in our head. We also have a sense of how the speaker feels about the bag. Beautiful indicates that they are very happy with the bag they found. See how the adjectives gives you a better idea of what is happening in the sentence? Some adjectives have only one form. For example, tall, fat, cute, simple, long. While some adjectives can become their opposite meaning or antonym by adding a prefix to them. If you remember our introduction to this course, you will know that a prefix is a combination of letters used at the beginning. If you remember the introduction to this course, you will know that a prefix is a combination of letters we can add to a word to change its meaning. For example, legal, illegal. Legal is something you can do. Illegal is something you should not do. Sensitive, insensitive. Honest, dishonest. Famous, infamous. All these words are adjectives, but they mean different things with a prefix in front of them. The prefixes il, in, di, and ir are common prefixes. So this is how you add a prefix to an adjective to form a new word. Now we can also form adjectives by adding a suffix to a noun. A suffix is a combination of letters we add at the end of a word to make a new one. For example, hair is a noun. Hairy is an adjective. Beauty is a noun. Beautiful is an adjective. Luck, lucky magic, magical. Another way to form adjectives is by adding a suffix to a verb. For example, attract, attractive, enjoy, enjoyable, hate, hateful, create, creative. Now let's practice. Can you identify the adjectives? The green dress is gorgeous. In this sentence, we have two adjectives. Green describes the color of the dress, and gorgeous describes how the speaker feels about the dress. The bright red apple tasted delicious. In this sentence, we have three adjectives. Bright describes the appearance of the apple. Red describes the color of the apple. And delicious indicates how the speaker feels about it. The shining moon hung tall in the sky. In this sentence, we have two adjectives to describe the moon: shining and tall. Well done! Now, adjectives can be used in three different ways in a sentence. First, between an article and a noun. For example, I'm eating a juicy strawberry. A is an article and strawberry is a noun. Juicy is the adjective describing the strawberry. The kind man lent me his jumper. We can use an adjective after a linking verb. The classroom is empty. Ben is handsome. In both these sentences, is the linking verb, and empty and handsome are the adjectives. We will learn more about linking verbs later on in the course. We can also use an adjective after a noun or an indefinite pronoun. For example, is there anything special I should buy from the shop? Anything is an indefinite pronoun, and special is the adjective. I spoke to the person concerned. Now, where it gets tricky is when we want to use more than one adjective before a noun. Adjectives fall into two categories: cumulative and coordinate. Cumulative adjectives are used when the adjectives are from different categories. For example, size, age, or quantity, and must be used in a specific order. Cumulative adjectives are recognizable because if you change their order, the sentence no longer makes sense or holds the same meaning. For example, the waiter brought a tall baby chair. The waiter brought a baby tall chair. As you can see, The first sentence contains cumulative adjectives. The word baby must be next to the noun it modifies, chair, to make sense. With the cumulative adjectives reversed, the meaning of the phrase completely changes. Now here is a comprehensive list on how to order cumulative adjectives. Generally, it is best to use 2 or 3 adjectives at most with a single noun in order to not confuse or overwhelm the sentence. So this is the order in which we use cumulative adjectives. First, quantity. For example, 1, 2, 6, entire. Next, opinion. Nice, friendly, annoying, charming. These adjectives indicate how we feel about something or someone. Size or measurement. Big, small, tall, tiny, large. Then, by age. Old, young, mature, elderly. Next, by shape. Round, triangular, bent. Color. Rose, gold, faded, bright. Proper adjectives like origin, nationality, and religion. For example, Christian, German, indigenous. Next, by material, wooden, cotton, silk. And finally, by purpose, makeup brush, dining room. For example, I have 2 tall, pink makeup brushes. Or, yesterday I met 5 friendly German men. See how I followed the adjectives from 1 down to 9? All right, it's time to practice. Can you guess which sentence is correct? 2 young students arrived late for class. Young 2 students arrived late for class. The first sentence is correct. The number of students has to come before the age. A delightful old Japanese man helped me with my suitcase. A Japanese delightful old man helped me with my suitcase. Once again, the first sentence is correct. The wooden dining brown table is lovely. The brown wooden dining table is lovely. The second sentence is correct. Well done. Now, let's move on to coordinate adjectives. In contrast to cumulative adjectives, coordinates individually modify a noun and are usually separated by a comma. A general rule to help you recognize them is if 2 or more adjectives are from a same category. Then they are coordinate and you use a comma. For example, the gigantic, impressive tree loomed over the park. In this sentence, the adjectives gigantic and impressive both refer to the size and stature of the tree. Coordinate adjectives can be used in any order without changing the meaning of a sentence. For example, she was a smart, beautiful woman. She was a beautiful, smart woman. She was a beautiful and smart woman. Both these adjectives, beautiful and smart, describe how the speaker feels about the woman. They belong to the same category of adjectives and therefore can be used in any order. Knowing the difference between coordinate and cumulative adjectives can be very tricky because native speakers usually just know what sounds good without ever considering the logic of it. But following these general rules will help you improve as you develop your English instincts. As always, the best way to progress is to practice. So let's go. This is a stunning old Italian villa. In this sentence, we have 3 adjectives. Stunning, which describes how the speaker feels about the villa. Old, which indicates the age of the villa. And Italian, which describes its origin or nationality. All 3 adjectives belong to different categories and are therefore cumulative. The beautiful, elegant piano was difficult to move. There are 2 adjectives in this sentence, beautiful and elegant. They both describe how the speaker feels about the piano. Therefore, they are coordinate adjectives and are separated by a comma. The 3 hungry white bears swam in the river. In this sentence, there are 3 adjectives. 3, hungry, white. They are cumulative adjectives. Great job! Now it's time to practice identifying adjectives in a popular context. Here is an extract from a short fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. They are famous for their stories like Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs, Rapunzel, and more. This story is called Jorinda and Jorindel. Let's read the text. There was once an old castle that stood in the middle of a deep, gloomy wood, and in the castle lived an old fairy. Now, this fairy could take any shape she pleased. All day long she flew about in the form of an owl, or crept about the country like a cat. But at night she always became an old woman again. When any young man came within 100 paces of her castle, he became quite fixed and could not move a step till she came and set him free, which she would not do till he had given his word never to come there again. But when any pretty maiden came within that space, she was changed into a bird, and the fairy put her in a cage and hung her up in a chamber in the castle. There were 700 of these cages hanging in the castle, and all with beautiful birds in them. All right, now it's your turn. You have 3 minutes to find and identify all the adjectives in this text. Are you ready? Let's go. Time's up. Well done, everybody. So in this text, there are a total of 10 adjectives. Old, deep, gloomy, old, young, 100, pretty, 7, beautiful. Notice how 100 is an adjective when placed before the noun paces. But 7 is an adjective before the noun 100. 100 can both be a noun and an adjective, depending on how it is used in a sentence. Great work! Now time for review. An adjective is a word used to describe nouns such as people, objects, events, substances, and ideas. Some adjectives have only one form. Others you can create by adding a prefix or a suffix to either the adjective, noun, or verb. Adjectives can be used in 3 different ways in a sentence: between an article and a noun, after a linking verb, or after a noun or indefinite pronoun. Cumulative adjectives are usually adjectives from different categories like age, origin, purpose, material, color. In contrast, coordinate adjectives individually modify a noun and are separated by a comma. They are usually from the same category of adjectives. Good job sticking through this tricky yet very important lesson. In our next video, we will continue on our journey in the world of adjectives. Next stop, comparatives and superlatives. See you soon! Hi, and welcome back to the English Grammar course. I am Marian, your English teacher, and I am back to lead you through this English learning journey. Today, we will be learning about comparatives and superlatives. First, let's review last lesson's content. An adjective is a word used to describe nouns, such as people, objects, events, substances, and ideas. There are many ways to make an adjective, like adding a prefix to an existing adjective or a suffix to a noun or a verb. For example, happy, unhappy, boss, bossy, love, lovely. Adjectives can be used between an article and a noun, the big tree. After a linking verb, the flower is beautiful. Or after a noun or indefinite pronoun. I haven't met anyone nice here. Cumulative adjectives are used without any commas and always in this order: by quantity, opinion, size or measurement, age, shape, color, proper adjectives like origin, nationality, or religion, material, purpose. For example, I like charming, tall French men. Or, I have 6 tiny, young mice. In contrast, coordinate adjectives are usually from a same category and can be used in any order with a comma between them. For example, that hard-working, talented writer is speaking tomorrow. Hardworking and talented, both adjectives indicate how the speaker views the writer. Now let's practice. Can you complete the sentences using the adjectives in the box above? We walked down the long, narrow path. Or, we walked down the narrow, long path. Both the adjectives long and narrow describe the size or measurement of the path. They are therefore used as coordinate adjectives. Two fluffy cats slept on my lap. These two adjectives are therefore from different categories and are therefore used as cumulative adjectives. There was a huge, terrifying black dog outside the house earlier. We are looking for a smart, experienced, independent teacher to take over the class. Notice the commas, as these are coordinate adjectives. We can therefore change their order. We can also say, we are looking for experienced, smart, independent teacher. Or we are looking for an independent, experienced, smart teacher. All combinations are correct. My mother brought several small blue plastic plates for the picnic. These are cumulative adjectives and therefore must be arranged in order. In this case, we have the quantity, the size, the color or appearance, and the material. Great work! Now time to move on to comparatives and superlatives. Adjectives are used when you want to compare things. Adjectives have 3 degrees: positive, comparative, and superlative. The positive form is what we have learned in the previous lesson. It simply describes one person or thing. She is smart. A comparative compares one person, animal, or object to another. We use it to compare 2 nouns only. She is smarter than her brother. We are comparing a girl and her brother, 2 people. The superlative compares 3 or more people, animals, or objects to one another. For example, she is the smartest in the family. We are comparing a girl with all her family, whether that may be 3, 4, 5, or more people. But she is the smartest. Now, how we form the comparatives and superlatives depend on the number of syllables in an adjective. Generally speaking, for adjectives with only 1 or 2 syllables, we add the suffix er and use the word than to form the comparative. To form the superlative, we add the suffix est. For example, sweet, sweeter, sweetest. Pink, pinker, pinkest. The cat is bigger than the dog. This is the comparative. We are comparing one cat with one dog. This cat is the biggest. This sentence uses a superlative. It is comparing a cat with other animals. Now, for adjectives with more than 2 syllables and certain ones with 2, we use the words more and than to create the comparative and the most to form the superlative. For example, beautiful has 3 syllables, beautiful. We form the comparative and superlative like this: more beautiful than, the most beautiful. Another example, pleasant, more pleasant than, the most pleasant. This sofa is more comfortable than the chair. My sister's sofa is the most comfortable one though. Now, for certain adjectives with only 1 or 2 syllables, there are some specific rules to remember. Let's take a look at this chart. For adjectives with 1 syllable ending in E, we form the comparative by adding the letter R and the superlative by adding the letters ST. For example, cute, safe, nice. Cuter, safer, nicer. Cutest, safest, nicest. With adjectives with 2 syllables ending in Y, we form the comparative by changing the Y to I and adding ER. And we form the superlative by changing the Y to I and adding EST. For example, happy, funny, silly. Happier, funnier, sillier. Happiest, funniest, silliest. And finally, if an adjective has 1 syllable and ends in 1 vowel and 1 consonant, we form the comparative by doubling the consonant and adding ER, and form the superlative by doubling the consonant and adding EST. For example, big and hot. In big, I is a vowel, G is a consonant. In hot, O is a vowel, T is a consonant. So we change them to bigger, hotter, biggest, hottest, with 2 G's and 2 T's. Finally, here are a few exceptions to these rules: good, better, best. Bad, worse, worst. Many, more, most. Much, more, most. All right, it's time to practice. Can you form the comparative and superlative with these adjectives? This rose is redder than that one. The adjective red ends with a vowel, E, and a consonant, D, so we must double the last letter. We're comparing a rose with one other flower. Therefore, it's a comparative. In Canada, February is colder than March. Dom Perignon is the most expensive champagne brand in the world. We are comparing Dom Perignon to many other champagne brands. Therefore, we use the superlative. Expensive has 3 syllables. Expensive. Therefore, we form the superlative by adding the most. She looks happier than yesterday. The adjective happy ends with a Y. Therefore, we change the Y to I and add ER to form the comparative. Base jumping is the most dangerous sport in the world. I'm the best at cooking in my family. The adjective good is irregular, so to form the comparative, we use the best. Great job! Now it's important to avoid some very common mistakes when forming the comparative and the superlative. These mistakes are made by mixing up their forms. For example, instead of saying easier than, many English learners might say more easier than or more easy. Let's practice avoiding these mistakes. Can you guess the correct sentence? That dog is the happiest animal I've ever seen. That dog is the most happy animal I've ever seen. The first sentence is correct. The house is more nice with a fireplace. The house is nicer with a fireplace. The second sentence is correct. That is the most funniest story I've heard. That is the funniest story I've heard. The second sentence is correct. The new iPhone is bigger than the last version. The new iPhone is more bigger than the last version. The first sentence is correct. Great job! Now what happens when we want to compare two equal attributes? By attributes, I mean a word that describes a noun that says what it looks like. We use the pattern as plus adjective plus as. For example, Tom is as tall as his brother. This means that Tom and his brother are the same size. Their attribute tall is the same. Now, to compare two attributes that are not equal differently to using a comparative as we have seen so far, we can use not plus as plus adjective plus as, or less plus adjective plus than. For example, Mount Everest is taller than Mont Blanc. Mont Blanc is not as tall as Mount Everest. Mont Blanc is less tall than Mount Everest. All three sentences have the same meaning. That Mount Everest is tall. It's taller than Mont Blanc. Now, how do we compare two equal quantities? So we must use adjectives indicating quantity, which are money, much, few, and little. We use many and few for countable nouns, and much and little for uncountable nouns. We follow the pattern as plus adjective indicating quantity plus noun plus as. For example, they have as many books as I do. That means they, the other people, have the same number of books as the speaker. Notice the form as plus many, which is an adjective indicating quantity, books, which is a noun, plus as. Sarah drinks as much coffee as her sister does. Coffee is an uncountable noun, so we use the adjective indicating quantity, much. We have as little information as you do. Now, to compare two unequal quantities, we use the adjectives more, fewer, and less. Fewer is used with countable nouns, less with uncountable nouns, and more we use with both. We use the construction adjective indicating quantity plus noun plus than. For example, they have more children than their neighbors. That means that they, the people, have more children. More is an adjective indicating quantity. Children is a noun, and we use than. Elsa has fewer crayons than her best friend. The teacher has less patience with Jim than the other students. All right, practice time. Can you find and identify the comparisons in these sentences? Jane's not very tall, but she's as tall as her brother. As tall as is the comparative. This means that Jane and her brother are the same size. She loves going to school because her teacher is the smartest person she knows. The smartest is a superlative used to compare her teacher with all the other people the speaker knows. Jane reads as many books as her best friend Lola does. As many books as compares the quantity of books that Jane and Lola read. Jane has fewer pens than Lola, but Lola has less colored paper than Jane has. In this sentence, we have two comparatives: fewer pens than, less colored paper than. You can recognize the comparative by the word than. Great work! Another practice finished. Now let's try finding all the comparatives and superlatives in this text. This is part of an article from the New York Times. It compares different types of laptops or computers. Let's read. Many people already know whether they want a MacBook or a Windows laptop. If you're already familiar with Mac OS or Windows, the easiest choice is to buy a computer that runs that operating system. If you're not tied to a platform, the biggest factor is how easy it is to get support. If you're not a self-sufficient techie and want the best service for your computer, buy a Mac, because you can take it to any Apple store to get it fixed. Great Ultrabooks can cost more than many people want to spend on a laptop, even if such models provide a better experience and last longer than cheaper alternatives. All right, you have 3 minutes. Find the comparatives and superlatives. Okay, time's up. In this text, there are 3 comparatives. Great ultrabooks can cost more than many people want, and such models provide a better experience and last longer than cheaper alternatives. In the second sentence, we have 2 comparatives in one sentence: better experience than and last longer than. We also have 3 superlatives: the easiest choice, the biggest factor, and the best service. Great work! Now it's time for review. Adjectives are useful when you want to describe things or compare them. Adjectives have 3 degrees: positive, comparative, and superlative. The comparative compares one person, animal, or object to another. We use it to compare 2 nouns only. For example, bigger than, better than, more expensive than. The superlative compares 3 or more people, animal, or objects to one another. For example, the biggest, the best, the most expensive. How we form these comparatives and superlatives depends on the number of syllables in an adjective. Generally speaking, for adjectives with only 1 or 2 syllables, we add the suffix er and use the word than to form the comparative, and use the and the suffix est for the superlative. For adjectives with more than 2 syllables and certain ones with only 2, we use the words more and than to create the comparative and the most to form the superlative. To compare 2 nouns with similar attributes, we use the pattern as, adjective, as. To compare 2 equal quantities, we use the adjectives indicating quantity: many, much, few, little. We use many and few for countable nouns, and much and little with uncountable nouns. We follow the pattern as, adjective for quantity, noun, as. That's it for today. We've completed our section on adjectives and mastered the comparative and superlative forms. Next lesson, we will get started with adverbs. Until next time, hello and welcome back to the English Grammar course. I'm Marian, your English teacher, and I am excited to continue on our English learning journey. Today, our topic is adverbs. But first, let's review last week's content. In our last video, we learned how to use adjectives to form the comparative and superlative forms. Adjectives are useful when you want to compare things and have 3 degrees: positive, comparative, superlative. The positive refers to words used to describe a noun. For example, the cake looks tasty. The comparative compares one noun to another. For example, the chocolate cake looks tastier than the strawberry one. Finally, superlatives compare 3 or more nouns to one another. The vanilla cake looks the tastiest of the cakes. Now, how we form these comparatives and superlatives depend on the number of syllables in an adjective. Generally speaking, for adjectives with only 1 or 2 syllables, we add the suffix er and use the word than to form the comparative, and add the suffix est to form the superlative. My brother is stronger than yours, but Tim's brother is the strongest. Stronger than is a comparative, and the strongest is a superlative. For adjectives with more than 2 syllables, and certain ones with only 2, we use the words more and than to create the comparative, and the most to form the superlative. Hamlet is a more exciting play than Othello, but Romeo and Juliet is the most exciting of all. More exciting than is a comparative. The most exciting is the superlative. To compare equal attributes, we can use the pattern as plus adjective plus as. For example, the tree is as tall as the house. Tall is the adjective, and as tall as indicates that the tree and the house are the same size. To compare equal and unequal quantities, we can use 2 different constructions. The first one is as plus adjective indicating quantity plus noun plus as. For example, there is as much sugar as there is flour in this recipe. Much is an adjective indicating quantity, and sugar is a noun. We can also use the construction adjective indicating quantity plus noun plus than. There is less sugar in your coffee than mine. Less is an adjective indicating quantity. Sugar is a noun. Great work! Let's practice what you know. Can you choose the correct sentence? Her name is more complicated to mine to understand. Her name is more complicated than mine to understand. The second sentence is correct. We need the words more and than to make a comparison. That rat is the biggest I've ever seen. That rat is biggest I've ever seen. The first sentence is correct. To form the superlative, we need the definite article the biggest. Your pen works as well than mine. Your pen works as well as mine. The second sentence is correct. To compare two equal attributes, we use the pattern as plus adjective plus as. As well as. She's much more happy than yesterday. She's much happier than yesterday. The second sentence is correct. To compare two things or people, we use the structure happier than. We do not add more to the adjective. Great work! We finished with our review. Now let's move on to our topic for today, adverbs. While an adjective is a word used to describe nouns, an adverb is a word used to describe or modify verbs, adjectives, and prepositions. Adverbs can tell you when, where, or how an action took place. For example, he shouted angrily. The adverb angrily indicates the manner in which the action shouted was done. He arrived late to the party. The adverb late indicates the timing of the action, which is arrived. I stayed there when I came back to the USA. The adverb there indicates the place in which the action happened, which is stayed. Some adverbs are placed in a sentence to emphasize or intensify adjectives or adverbs. For example, that was an incredibly moving performance. Moving is an adjective. By adding the adverb incredibly, we are emphasizing how wonderful the performance was. You went to bed rather early for a Friday night. Early is an adverb. We can use two adverbs next to each other to emphasize the second one. This flower is remarkably red. Red is an adjective, and the adverb remarkably emphasizes how colorful the red is. Now, adverbs can be used in 3 different ways in a sentence. It can be used at the beginning of a phrase. For example, finally, we found the toy we were looking for. We can use an adverb in the middle of a phrase, but before a verb. A magician never reveals his secret. Reveals is a verb, and never is the adverb. Finally, we can also use adverbs at the end of a sentence, or after a verb or clause. She cried desperately. The adverb desperately indicates the manner in which the action cried was done. He called for help loudly. Again, the adverb loudly indicates the manner in which the call for help was done. Here are some categories of adverbs categorized into 7 groups: manner, time, place, degree, certainty, opinion, number, interrogative. Some examples of adverbs of manner are elegantly, quietly, slowly, well. Some examples of adverbs of time are before, since, eventually, usually, now. Some adverbs of place are everywhere, nearby, here, there. Examples of adverbs of degree are rather, almost, quite, very, enough. As a side note, quite is an adverb commonly used by British English speakers and is less commonly used by Americans or other nationalities. Some examples of adverbs of certainty are definitely, probably, certainly. Adverbs of opinion are clearly, personally, naturally. Some adverbs indicating number are once, twice, and interrogative adverbs are where, when, and how. Now let's take a closer look at these 7 categories of adverbs. Adverbs of manner tell you the way an action is performed. They answer the question, how? Many adverbs of manner are formed by adding the suffix ly to adjectives, but there are some exceptions. For example, he purposefully dropped the expensive bull. Purposeful is an adjective, and we have transformed it into an adverb by adding ly. Purposefully describes the way the action is done. Another example, they're trying hard to impress the teacher. Hard is an adverb. It does not have ly. It's irregular. Adverbs of time tell you when, how long, or how often an action has occurred. For example, dinner will be ready shortly. I have lived in France since 2010. Adverbs of place answer the question of where an action happens. They cannot be used at the beginning of a sentence. For example, I like to do yoga outside in the summer. We cannot say, outside, I like to do yoga in the summer. The adverb outside cannot be at the beginning of a sentence. Hank looked around the office for his phone. The adverb around describes where Hank is looking. Two very common adverbs of place are here and there. They give a location relative to the speaker. With verbs of movement, here means towards or with the speaker, whereas there means away and not with the speaker. For example, this house is cozy. I really like it here. The adverb here indicates the house that the speaker is in. Now, in the second example, I used to live in Japan. I want to go back there. The adverb there indicates that the speaker is not in Japan now. Here and there can be placed at the beginning of a sentence for emphasis. For example, there it is. Here we go. Adverbs of place that end in where refer to non-specific locations or directions. For example, I hope to go somewhere hot for my next holiday. This sentence refers to any place that is hot, not a specific place. That cat is everywhere. This sentence means that the cat is in many places, but doesn't indicate any specific ones. Adverbs of degree answer the question, how much or to what extent, and can increase or reduce the strength of the word they describe. For example, he was incredibly loud. This sentence indicates that he is very, very, very loud. But the sentence, he was a little loud. The adverb little indicates that he is loud, but not too much. The degree of loudness changes depending on the adverb. When adverbs of degree modify a verb, it must be placed before the verb. For example, the children absolutely loved the puppet show. The adverb absolutely describes the action loved and is therefore in front of the verb. Adverbs of degree can also be used before another adverb for extra emphasis. For example, the old man walked incredibly slowly. Incredibly and slowly are both adverbs, and incredibly adds more information, emphasizes the slowness of the old man. Some adverbs of degree can have specific meanings. For example, the adverb of degree to can mean also when placed at the end of the phrase it modifies. Can I come to the mall too? To can also mean excessively when used before an adjective or another adverb. This tea is too hot. This means that the tea is not comfortable to drink. The heat is excessive. The adverb of degree, very, is also used to describe an excessive behavior, but its usage is very different to. Very expresses a fact, whilst to suggests there is a problem. For example, it's very cold outside. This sentence indicates a fact, that the cold is extreme. Now in the sentence, it's too cold outside. I can't go out. To indicates there is a problem for the speaker. Adverbs of certainty express how certain a subject feels about an action or event. Adverbs of certainty are used before the main verb unless the main verb is to be, in which case it's placed after. For example, he definitely won't come tonight. Definitely is placed before the verb, will not. In the second sentence, he is probably at a bar. Is a form of the verb to be. Therefore, the adverb probably is placed after. If the frame contains a helping verb, which is something we will learn more about in a future lesson, the adverb of certainty is placed between the helping verb and the main verb. For example, he has probably left it at home. Has is a helping verb, and left is the main verb. Therefore, we place the adverb probably between the two. Adverbs of certainty can also be placed at the beginning of a sentence for emphasis. For example, undoubtedly, Rosa Parks was at the forefront of the civil rights movement. Some adverbs can be used to indicate the speaker's viewpoint or opinion about an action, or make a comment about the action without modifying the action itself. These adverbs are commonly placed at the beginning of a sentence or before the main verb. For example, clearly you're doing this all wrong. Clearly indicates the frustration of the speaker about how the action is being done. It does not modify the way the action is happening. I would personally rather you didn't come. Personally indicates the feeling of the speaker and does not modify the noun rather. Finally, our last category of adverbs are interrogative adverbs, which are placed at the beginning of a question and before a verb. Where is my book? What is the problem? We know that where and what are adverbs because they come before a verb. In this case, the verb to be. Great job! Now it's practice time. Can you identify the adverb? I don't know what happened. The bird randomly attacked me. The adverb is randomly. It indicates the manner in which the speaker was attacked. The tall man shouted angrily at the little boy. The adverb is angrily and indicates the manner in which the man shouted. I ran as quickly as I could. The adverb quickly indicates the speed at which the main action, run, was performed. Officially, we haven't made a decision yet, but between you and me, you've clearly won the award. In this sentence, the adverb clearly indicates the opinion of the speaker for who has won the award. Great job! Now, let's look at how to form comparatives and superlatives with adverbs. Adverbs are used to indicate comparison in the same way as adjectives, by using more and than and the most to form the comparative and superlative forms with all adverbs that end in ly, no matter how many syllables there are. For example, easily, more easily than, the most easily, or dangerously, more dangerously than, the most dangerously. For example, I take this job more seriously than my friend. I probably take it the most seriously of everyone on our team. More seriously than is a comparative adverb. The most seriously is a superlative adverb. Now, with short adverbs that do not end in ly, the comparative and superlative forms are very similar to adjectives. For example, hard, harder, hardest, fast, faster, fastest, late, later, latest. Now there are a few exceptions to these rules with adverbs that have irregular comparative and superlative forms. They are badly, worse, worst, far, farther or further, farthest or furthest. Both versions are correct and mean the same thing. Little, less, least. Well, better, best. I ran harder than you. Lena ran the hardest, though. Harder than is a comparative, and the hardest is a superlative. I performed well on the exam, but I think you did better than me. Well is an adverb in its simple form. Better than indicates a comparison. Time for practice once again. Can you fill in the gaps with the correct comparison? Julia and her brother read the most quietly of all the other children in the class. My mom ran 40 kilometers when she was my age. I want to run farther than her. My mom ran 40 kilometers when she was my age. I want to run further than her. Both sentences are correct. I did the worst on the exam out of everyone in the class. Okay, great job with this practice. It's time for our final one, practice within popular context. Here is a video of performers Laura Osnes and Santino Fontana singing the song Anything You Can Do, I Can Do Better. We are going to watch, then listen to parts of it and fill in the gaps. But first, just enjoy the video and try to identify all the comparatives and superlative adverbs.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Ha!
I can do anything better than you.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Anything you can be, I can be greater. Sooner or later, I'm greater than you.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I can shoot a partridge with a single cartridge.
I can get a sparrow with a bow and arrow.
I can live on bread and cheese.
And only on that?
Yeah.
So can a rat.
Anything you can sing, I can sing higher.
I can sing anything higher than you.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
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 How do you sing? Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, point for you. How do you sing so high?
Well, I'm a girl.
That's not what I heard.
Excuse me, I am a lady. Thank you.
Agree to disagree.
Okay, can't wait.
Anything you can say, I can say softer.
I can say anything softer than you.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
I can drink my liquor faster than a flicker.
I can drink it quicker and get even sicker.
I can open any safe.
Ooh, without being caught?
You bet.
That's what I thought, you crook.
Any note you can hold, I can hold longer.
I can hold any note longer than you.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No,
Yes,
you-
All right, I hope you enjoyed that performance. Now let's listen again to various parts of the song and fill in the gaps. Let's go.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Ha!
I can do anything better than you.
Anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you.
Anything you can be, I can be greater. Sooner or later, I'm greater than you.
Anything you can be, I can be greater. Sooner or later, I'm greater than you.
Anything you can sing, I can sing higher.
I can sing anything higher than you.
Anything you can sing, I can sing higher. I can sing anything higher than you. And finally, our last piece.
Anything you can say, I can say softer.
I can say anything softer than you.
Anything you can say, I can say softer. I can say anything softer than you. We did it! Well done! Now let's move on to our final part of the lesson, review. While an adjective is a word used to describe nouns, an adverb is a word used to describe or modify verbs, adjectives, and prepositions. Adverbs can tell you when, where, or how an action took place. Some adverbs are placed in a sentence to emphasize or intensify adjectives or adverbs. Adverbs can be used in 3 different ways in a sentence. At the beginning of a phrase, usually to emphasize a point. For example, suddenly she started crying. The adverb suddenly emphasizes how she started crying unexpectedly. An adverb can be used in the middle of a phrase before a verb. She quickly ran ahead. The verb is ran, and the adverb indicates the manner in which the action happened. Finally, an adverb can also be used at the end of a sentence or after a verb or clause. The car broke down unexpectedly. There are 7 different categories of adverbs. Adverbs of manner tell you the way an action is performed. They answer the question how. For example, she hugged him happily. Adverbs of time tell you when, how long, or how often an action has occurred. For example, I ran 10 miles yesterday. Adverbs of place answer the question where the action it describes happens. They cannot be used at the beginning of a sentence. I like shopping here. Adverbs of degree answer the question how much or to what extent, and can increase or reduce the strength of the word they describe. The coffee is too cold to drink. Adverbs of certainty express how certain a subject feels about an action or event. She'll probably arrive late. Adverbs of certainty are used before the main verb, unless the verb is to be, in which case it's placed after. And finally, interrogative adverbs are placed at the beginning of a question and before a verb. Who is that? Fantastic job! We finished our lesson on adverbs, and our next one will be about prepositions. Thank you for participating, and see you soon. Hello, and welcome back. This is Marian, your English teacher. and I'm excited to get started with Chapter 2 of this English grammar course. Before we dive in, let's review our last lesson on verbs. Verbs are action words that indicate an action, occurrence, or state of being. They express what is happening and when. They can also express possibilities and conditions. All sentences require a verb. There are 3 types of verbs: action, linking, and auxiliary. Action verbs are words that indicate an action or possession. A linking verb is used to describe the subject of a sentence. And an auxiliary verb, also called helping verb, is used before action or linking verbs to give extra information regarding the tense or voice of the main verb. Some examples are is, was, been, has, have, had, do, did. Modal verbs are a type of auxiliary verb that are used to indicate necessity, ability, or intention. Some modal verbs are can, could, may, might, must, ought to, shall, should, will, would. All right, time for practice. Can you identify the verbs and their types in these sentences? I run around my neighborhood every morning. In this sentence, we have one verb, run, which is an action verb. It tells you what is happening or what the subject I is doing. She seemed sad today. There is one verb in this sentence, seemed, which is a linking verb. Did you go to the festival? We have 2 verbs in this sentence. The auxiliary verb did, which is used to ask a question, and the verb go, which is an action verb. You can borrow my jacket. There are 2 verbs in this sentence. Can, which is an auxiliary verb of possibility, and borrow, which is an action verb. I went to the library this morning. There is one verb in this sentence, went, which is the past tense of the verb to go. Go is an action verb. I can't believe you did that. There are 3 verbs in this sentence. Can't, which is the contraction of the auxiliary verb cannot. Believe, which is an action verb. And did, which is the verb to do. In this sentence, did is not an auxiliary verb. It is the past tense of the action verb to do. Well done! We have finished our review. Now it's time to move on with our lesson on the present simple tense. We use the present simple tense to talk about an action we do regularly. I walk to school every morning. I eat cereal for breakfast. With the present simple tense, when talking about routines or habits, we often use adverbs of frequency. For example, I walk to school every morning. We can also use the present simple to talk about something that is true now. He lives in Paris. This sentence indicates that the subject he has been living in Paris and is in Paris now. We use the present simple tense to talk about something that is always true. The sun is very hot. We can also use the present simple to summarize or describe a book, film, or play. For example, Harry Potter goes to a school for wizards. He makes many friends and fights a bad wizard called Voldemort. In this sentence, we have 3 action verbs in the present tense: goes, makes, and fights. Finally, we can use the present simple tense to refer to future actions. My train leaves at 10 a.m. tomorrow. My classes start next week. To form the present simple tense, we keep the base form or the infinitive, except with third-person pronouns, which are he, she, and it, for which we add an S at the end of regular verbs. For example, I talk, you talk, he talks, she talks, it talks, we talk, you talk, they talk. I see, you see, he, she, it sees. We see, you see, they see. I like, you like, he, she, it likes. We like, you like, they like. For example, I speak to my mom every Sunday. I is a first-person pronoun singular. Therefore, we keep the base or infinitive form of the verb speak. He loves his dog. He is a third-person singular pronoun. Therefore, we add an S to the verb love. Some verbs are irregular. So, if they end in O, CH, SH, TH, or SS, we add ES to the end of the infinitive form of the verb, for third-person pronoun singular still. For example, I go, you go, he goes, she goes, it goes. We go, you go, they go. So notice for he, she, and it, we spell goes G-O-E-S. We spell pushes P-U-S-H-E-S. And we spell reaches R-E-A-C-H-E-S. For example, she misses her dad. The verb to miss ends with two S's. Therefore, we add ES with the third person singular. She always shushes me when we watch a movie. I talk too much. She is a third person singular pronoun, and shush ends with SH. Therefore, we conjugate the verb to shushes. The present simple can also be used to express a feeling that is happening right now, and most often we use the verb to be. I am sad. She is so excited for the summer holidays. The verb be is irregular, and this is how we conjugate it. I am, you are, he is, she is, it is, we are, you are, they are. When learning about tenses in English, it's important to mention contractions. We will discuss contractions further in Chapter 3 of this course, but they do require a big introduction in our lessons on tenses as well. When using the verb to be, we can contract with pronouns in the following way. I am, I'm. You are, your. He is, he's. She is, she's. It is, its. We are, we're. You are, you're. They are, they're. For example, she is angry becomes she's angry. It's important to note that both these sentences are acceptable and grammatically correct. In spoken and informal language, native English speakers almost always use contractions. Therefore, we would say, she's angry, not she is angry. We do not use contractions in formal writing. For example, business emails or academic essays. Another example, my mom is in jail. My mom's in jail. As you can see, with the verb to be, we can contract it with a pronoun, but also a proper noun or singular noun. My mom's in jail. Mom's, M-O-M, apostrophe S, is the contraction of mom is. As you can see, we replace the I with an apostrophe. The table is too low becomes the table's too low. Tables is the contraction of table is. Practice time. Can you choose the correct sentence? He wants to go home. He want to go home. The first sentence is correct. He is a third person singular pronoun. Therefore, we add an S to the verb want. They is meet at a cafe every Thursday. They meet at a cafe every Thursday. The second sentence is correct. In the first sentence, we have the auxiliary verb is, which we do not need when speaking in the present simple. I like your cat. I likes your cat. The first sentence is correct. With the pronoun I, we do not need an S at the end of the main verb. She is so cool. She are so cool. The first sentence is correct. With the third person pronoun she, the verb be becomes is. She is. I are so happy for you. I'm so happy for you. The second sentence is correct. With the first person pronoun I, the verb to be becomes am. I am, which is contracted to I'm. The chair's very comfortable. The chair's very comfortable. The first sentence is correct. Chair's apostrophe S is the contraction of the chair is and is therefore correct. In the second sentence, chairs with an S is just the plural form of the noun chair. There is therefore no verb in the second sentence, which is incorrect because there must always be a verb. A correct sentence would be, the chairs are very comfortable. He pushes me to work harder. He pushes me to work harder. The second sentence is correct. The verb push ends with sh, and we must therefore add es with third person pronoun he. My dog like vegetables. My dog likes vegetables. The second sentence is correct. My dog likes vegetables. Dog is an animal, which is replaced by the pronoun it, and therefore the verb like requires an S at the end. Great work! Now we can move on to learning about how to form negative sentences in the present simple. To form the negative with action verbs, we use the word not with the auxiliary verb do. Subject plus do plus not plus the infinitive verb. Or with third person singular pronouns he, she, it, we use the construction subject plus does plus not plus infinitive. For example, I do not have a car. He does not believe in ghosts. The first sentence is an affirmative sentence, or also a positive sentence. I have a car. In the negative version of the sentence, I do not have a car. There are a few important things to note from these examples. The first one is, notice how in the affirmative form, we do not use any auxiliary verbs. We only use the auxiliary verb do in a negative sentence. The general rule is we use auxiliary verbs for negative sentences and questions. For example, we love chicken. We do not love chicken. Do we love chicken? The auxiliary verb do is only used in 2 out of 3 of these situations. There is a rare exception. We only use the auxiliary verb do in an affirmative sentence in the present simple tense for extra emphasis. Usually, when someone doesn't believe you about something. For example, I do love chicken. I do. Do is used for emphasis. When a form becomes negative, we can contract it by combining the word not with the auxiliary verb and placing an apostrophe as replacement for the O in not. For example, I do not, I don't. You do not, you don't. He, she, it does not. He, she, it doesn't. We do not, we don't. You do not, you don't. They do not, they don't. Contractions are very important, as we previously mentioned, as they are commonly used in both spoken and informal written English. So it's important to practice using them as much as possible. So, when forming negative sentences with contracted auxiliary verbs, we can use the constructions subject plus don't plus infinitive and subject plus doesn't plus infinitive. I don't know what to do. She doesn't drive to work. Now, how to make negative sentences in the present simple with the verb to be. We use the structure subject plus be plus not. For example, I am not happy. She is not swimming. Similarly to when making negative sentences with the contracted forms don't and doesn't, we can use contractions with the verb to be in the negative form. For example, I am not happy becomes I'm not happy. She is not swimming becomes she's not swimming. There are two different ways to contract the verb to be: with the subject or with the word not. Let's have a look at this chart. With the first person pronoun I, there is only one negative contraction: I'm not. For the second person singular pronoun, there are two ways to contract the negative form of you are. You're not, you aren't. With he, she, it, we can contract the negative form as follows: he's not, he isn't. She's not, she isn't. It's not, it isn't. With the first, second, and third person plural pronouns, we can contract as follows: we're not, we aren't. You're not, you aren't. They're not, they aren't. Both ways to contract are correct. There is no difference between the two except its form. It's important to be able to recognize both to improve your reading and listening comprehension skills. But you are free to choose whichever contracted form feels most natural and easy to you. Let's look at some examples. She is not tired can become she's not tired, or she isn't tired. We can either contract the verb be with the pronoun she, she's not, or we can contract the verb to be with the adverb not, she isn't. All right, time for practice. Here is an affirmative sentence in the present simple tense. I want you to transform the sentence into a negative sentence with contractions. Let's go. They want to go out tonight. In the negative form, with contractions, the sentence becomes, they don't want to go out tonight. I have your pen. This sentence becomes, I don't have your pen. She is satisfied with the outcome. This sentence becomes, she isn't satisfied with the outcome, or she's not satisfied with the outcome. He travels to India every year. This sentence becomes, he doesn't travel to India every year. They're pleased. This sentence can become, they are not pleased, or they aren't pleased. Great job! Now that we know how to form negative sentences using the auxiliaries don't, doesn't, but also the negative contracted forms of the verb to be, let's move on to forming questions. To form questions, we also use the auxiliary verb do, but at the beginning of a sentence. We switch the subject with the auxiliary verb. For example, do you want some chewing gum? Does your sister brush her teeth every day? We can also form questions with the question words what, where, when. In which case we follow this word with the auxiliary verb do or does, then the subject, then the infinitive verb. For example, when does your party start? Where do you study? For questions that already have an auxiliary verb, we switch the order of the verb and the subject to follow the structure auxiliary verb plus subject plus infinitive. For example, she can help is an affirmative sentence. When making it into a question, it becomes, can she help? We should go home becomes, should we go home? We must give it back. Must we give it back? Well done. Practice time. Can you change these affirmative statements in the present simple into questions? We want a cup of coffee. Do we want a cup of coffee? She wants to play. Does she want to play? She should walk to the gym. Should she walk to the gym? Your dog likes cheese. Does your dog like cheese? My brother can paint very well. Can your brother paint very well? We prefer candy to chocolate. Do we prefer candy to chocolate? The party is on Saturday. Is the party on Saturday? Or we can also ask, when is the party? Notice that the question word when is before the verb is. Her bag is under the bed. This sentence becomes, is her bag under the bed? We can also ask, where is her bag? Great work with this practice. Now we have one last part of the lesson to look at. Interestingly, there are two different ways to talk about possession or ownership. We can say, I have a pen, or I have got a pen, which is generally contracted to I've got a pen. In American English, to indicate possession, we do not use the word got. We use I have, you have, he, she, it has, we have, you have, they have. I don't have, you don't have, he, she, it doesn't have. We don't have, you don't have, they don't have. Do I have? Do you have? Does she have? Do we have? Do you have? Do they have? For example, I have 3 cats. I don't have 3 cats. Do you have 3 cats? Contrastingly, more often in the UK or in British English, to indicate possession, we add the word got. I have got. I haven't got. Have you got? With the pronouns he, she, it, has got, hasn't got, has she got? For example, I have got 3 cats. I haven't got 3 cats. Notice how haven't is the contraction of have not. And finally, have you got 3 cats? Both these ways to indicate possession are grammatically correct and acceptable when speaking English. It's important to practice both in order for you to recognize them when you read them or hear them. Well done! Now we can move on to our task-based practice. Here is a clip from the popular American sitcom Brooklyn Nine-Nine. We will be watching this clip once at normal speed, then a second time a little slowed down. Your task is to write down or identify all the uses of the present simple tense. Are you ready? Let's go.
I've been going at him for 6 hours. He won't say a word. The guy's a brick wall.
Not to worry, Sarge. I'll take it from here. Hope you boys brought popcorn, because I'm about to put on a show. Well, well, well. I hear you don't like answering questions, Marcos. That's fine by me, because
Let's listen to the clip again, slightly slowed down to give you more opportunity to identify the present simple. Let's go.
Going at him for 6 hours. He won't say a word. The guy's a brick wall.
Not to worry, Sarge. I'll take it from here. Hope you boys brought popcorn, because I'm about to put on a show. Well, well, well. I hear you don't like answering questions, Marcos. That's fine by me.
Well done. Let's break down this clip still by still to find the present simple tense. He won't say a word. The guy's a brick wall. There is one use of the present simple tense in a contracted form. Guy's. The guy's a brick wall. Guy's is the contraction of guy is, which is the verb to be in the present simple tense. Hope you boys brought popcorn. In spoken English, it is common for speakers to not use a pronoun or mention the subject of a sentence. This sentence should be, I hope you boys brought popcorn. The verb hope is an action verb in the present simple tense. 'Cause I'm about to put on a show. I'm is the contracted version of I am, which is the verb to be in the present simple tense. I hear you don't like answering questions, Marcos. We have two verbs in the present simple tense. I hear, which is an action verb, and you don't like, which is a negative contracted form with the verb to like. That's fine by me, 'cause I'm not asking. In this sentence, that's fine. That's is the contracted version of that is, which is in the present simple tense. In the last part of the sentence, I'm not asking, I'm is not a present simple verb. It is part of the present continuous, I'm asking, which we will learn more about in our next lesson. Clears throat. This is a caption for the picture. Clears is in the present simple tense. So, looks like we're locked in. Once again, the subject of the sentence is not indicated. The sentence could be, so, it looks like we're locked in. It looks. Looks is a verb in the present simple tense with an S at the end, as it follows the pronoun it. That's bad news for you. That's is the contraction of that is. 'Cause you're trapped in here with a psycho. Your is the contraction of you are, which is the verb to be in the present simple tense. Lock's broken, Gotta call facilities. Locks is the contraction of lock is. As I said, I got all the time in the world. In this sentence, we have the verb got, which is in the present simple tense. Because this is informal, spoken, quick language by a native speaker, technically the grammatically correct sentence would be I have got all the time in the world, or I have all the time in the world. But this is just how native speakers speak sometimes. We omit words in the name of ease. Copy that. It's a little warm in here, right? It's is the contraction of it is, and therefore in the present simple tense. Do you feel any air coming out of that vent? This question is in the present simple and starts with the auxiliary verb do. It follows the structure do plus subject, you, plus infinitive verb, feel. I got nothing. We got an ETA on facilities. Once again, we have the verb got twice in these sentences and question. I feel like I'm sucking on a tailpipe in here, Marcos. The verb feel is in the present simple. I'm sucking is not the present simple. Once again, it's the present continuous, and am, or the verb to be, serves as an auxiliary verb in this phrase. Don't worry, we will be learning more about the present continuous in our next lesson. And that's how it's done. We have the verb to be in the present simple twice and contracted both times. That's, which means that is, and it's, which means it is. Excellent! We have finished this practice and it's time for review. We use the present simple tense to talk about an action we do regularly. For example, I run every morning. We use the present simple to talk about something that is true now, but not forever. I'm sad. We use the present simple to indicate something that is always true. I live in England. We can use this tense to summarize or describe a book, a film, a play. Friends is a TV show set in New York City. And finally, we can use the present simple to talk about future actions. For example, my dance classes start next Monday. With regular verbs, we use the infinitive form of action verbs and add an S to the third person singular pronouns. I talk, you talk, he talks, she talks, it talks, we talk, you talk, they talk. With irregular verbs that end in O, CH, SH, TH, or SS, we add ES to the infinitive verbs that is attached to a third person singular pronoun. For example, I kiss, you kiss, she kisses, he kisses, it kisses, we kiss, you kiss, they kiss. And with the verb to be, we conjugate as follows. I am, you are, she is, he is, it is, we are, you are, they are. To form negative sentences, we follow the constructions subject plus do or does plus not plus infinitive. We can also contract the auxiliary verb with not to create don't or doesn't. For example, my cat doesn't like salmon. With the verb to be, we can create negative sentences by following the construction subject plus be plus not plus infinitive. She isn't ready for class. To ask questions in the present simple tense, we place the auxiliary verbs before the subject. For example, do or does plus subject plus infinitive. Do you understand the question? Or another auxiliary verb plus subject plus infinitive. Can we wait outside? Well done! We have finished our first lesson of Chapter 2. Great work on these exercises today, and I look forward to seeing you for our next lesson on the present continuous tense. See you soon! Hello, and welcome back to the English Grammar course. This is Marian, your English teacher, and today we'll be learning about the present continuous tense. But first, let's review the present simple and its uses and forms. We use the present simple for many different things. First of all, for an action we do regularly. For example, I call my mom on weekends. We use it for something that is true now. She's excited for her holidays. We also use the present simple to state something that is always true. I'm a woman. We use this tense to summarize or describe books, films, or plays. Cinderella is the story of a girl who becomes a princess. And finally, we can use the present simple to refer to future actions. The bus leaves at 7 p.m. To form the present simple tense, we keep the infinitive or base form of the verb, except with third-person singular pronouns, for which we add an S with regular verbs and an ES for irregular verbs. For example, I want, you want, she wants, he wants, it wants, we want, you want, they want. Some examples of irregular verbs in the present simple are verbs that end in O, CH, SH, TH, and SS. For example, I catch, you catch, she catches, he catches, it catches, we catch, you catch, they catch. We also use the present simple to express a feeling that is happening now, and can use the verb to be, which is also irregular. We conjugate it as follows. I am, you are, he is, she is, it is, we are, you are, they are. To form negative structures in the present simple, we use the auxiliary verbs don't and doesn't. Don't is the contraction of do not, and doesn't is the contraction of does not. We use the sentence construction subject plus don't or doesn't plus infinitive. For example, I don't want any rice with my chicken. To form negative sentences with the verb to be, we use the construction subject plus be plus not plus infinitive. And we can also contract the verb to be with the word not. I'm not worried about her. To form questions in the present simple, we can use the auxiliary verbs do and does with the subject and infinitive verb. For example, does she often go shopping? If a sentence already has an existing auxiliary verb, we simply place the auxiliary before the subject. We do not use do and does. For example, is she mad at me? Well done. Now it's time to practice. Can you fill in the gaps using the words in the box? I love chocolate cake. She regrets her actions. She is a third person singular pronoun. Therefore, the verb regret needs an S at the end. I don't know how to help her. Do you want to go shopping? My dog doesn't like swimming. My tea is cold. Well done! Now that we've finished our review, we can move on to our lesson on the present continuous. While the present simple is an action we do regularly, the present continuous is something we are doing now. For example, I'm teaching English. Notice how I use the contraction of I and am to form I'm. She's walking to work. We're working on our project. We can use the present continuous for a few other things. For example, to talk about future plans or arrangements. For example, I'm traveling to Rome next week. Are you buying new shoes tomorrow? We also use the present continuous to mention something that is changing, growing, or developing. The climate is getting worse so quickly. Those children are growing up so fast. We also use the present continuous to talk about something that happens again and again. It's always raining in Bristol. She's so cute. She's always laughing. Notice how in these two examples we use adverbs of frequency that are placed between the auxiliary verb and the main verb. Now, to form the present continuous, we use the present participle. The present participle is regular verbs in their infinitive form and then adding ing. For example, grow is the infinitive. Growing is the present participle. Talk, talking. Shout, shouting. We form sentences in the present continuous tense by following the structure subject plus the auxiliary verb be plus the present participle. For example, she's exercising at the gym. She's is the contraction of the subject she and the auxiliary verb to be. I'm calling the phone company. Now remember, there are ways to contract the verb to be with every pronoun. For example, I am becomes I'm. Therefore, to use the verb drink in the present continuous, you can say I am drinking or I'm drinking. You're drinking. He's drinking. She's drinking. It's drinking. We're drinking. You're drinking. They're drinking. Notice in these verbs how the end of the verb stays the same. Walking, 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 walking. There is no change in the third person singular pronoun. The present participle remains the same for all pronouns. Practice time. These sentences are in the present simple. Can you change them to the present continuous? She does her homework. She's doing her homework. I visit my grandma. I'm visiting my grandma. You bring chocolate to school. You're bringing chocolate to school. They play football. They're playing football. We go to the movies. We're going to the movies. Great work! Now let's move on to negative sentences in the present continuous tense. To form negative structures, we use the construction subject plus the auxiliary verb be plus not plus the present participle. And we can also contract the subject with be or contract be with not. For example, I'm not eating ice cream. It's too cold. They're not going out tomorrow. Let's review the negative contractions of the verb to be. As we saw in our previous lesson, there are two ways to contract the verb to be, except for the pronoun I, which remains I'm not. The negative contractions possible are you're not, you aren't. He's not, he isn't. She's not, she isn't. It's not, it isn't. We're not, we aren't. You're not, you aren't. They're not, they aren't. Let's practice. Here are some affirmative sentences in the present continuous. Can you change these sentences into negative sentences with contracted forms? They are going to the library. They're not going to the library. Or, they aren't going to the library. I am eating sushi. I'm not eating sushi. She is walking home. She's not walking home. She isn't walking home. We are meeting for lunch. We're not meeting for lunch. We aren't meeting for lunch. You are using a different pen. You're not using a different pen. You aren't using a different pen. We are observing the stars. We're not observing the stars. We aren't observing the stars. Great job! Now, question time. To form questions in the present continuous tense, we follow the structure auxiliary verb be plus subject plus present participle. This means that we place the auxiliary verb before the subject, which is very important to remember. For example, she is running for president becomes, is she running for president? We can use question words in the present continuous. And to do so, we follow the construction question word plus auxiliary verb to be plus subject plus present participle. For example, what are you doing later? When are we eating dinner? Well done! Practice time again. Can you correct the sentence? By this I mean find the error and make the sentence correct. Are she going to the movies tonight? The correct question is she going to the movies tonight? With the pronoun she, the verb to be becomes is. Where we are going on our school trip? The correct question is, Where are we going on our school trip? Even with a question word like where at the beginning of a question, the auxiliary verb be must be before the subject. Are we walk to school tomorrow? The correct question is, are we walking to school tomorrow? Walk is the infinitive form, but to ask questions in the present continuous, we need to use the present participle. Therefore, walking. I am meeting you after class later. The correct question is, am I meeting you after class later? The auxiliary verb be must be before the subject. What I drinking? The correct question is, what am I drinking? It's important to note that we do not use the present continuous with stative verbs. Stative verbs are verbs of thinking and feeling. For example, dislike, love, hate, remember, prefer, know. Verbs of senses, appear, feel, smell, sound. Or of opinion, agree, belong, disagree, or need. Let's go straight into practice. Can you choose the correct sentence? She's believing in Santa Claus. She believes in Santa Claus. The second sentence is correct. Believe is a stative verb. Therefore, we cannot use it with the present continuous. The flower is smelling great. The flower smells great. The second sentence is correct because smell is a stative verb. I agree with you. I'm agreeing with you. The first sentence is correct. The second sentence is an error that many English learners make. But remember, we do not use verbs of opinion or stative verbs with the present continuous, or any continuous tense for that matter. This coat belongs to me. This coat is belonging to me. The first sentence is correct. Great work. Now we can move on to our task-based exercise. Today we have a song called Lemon Tree by Fool's Garden. We will listen to the song fully once. Then we will listen to parts of the song as you identify all the uses of the present continuous. So, to begin with, enjoy the song, listen, and simply pay attention to when you may hear present continuous. Hope you enjoyed the song. Now let's listen to the first verse again. This time, pay close attention to identify all the uses of the present continuous. Let's go. Well done. In this verse, there are a total of 8 instances of present continuous. I'm sitting. I'm wasting, I'm hanging, I'm waiting, I'm driving, I'm driving, I'm driving, I'm waiting. Well done! If you got all these forms of the present continuous, great work! And if you didn't catch them all, let's move on to the chorus and give you the opportunity to try again. In this chorus, there are 6 uses of the present continuous, all with the same verb. I'm turning. I'm turning, 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 turning around. Let's move on to the second verse of the song. There are a total of 3 uses of the present continuous. I'm sitting, taking, I'm stepping, which is a colloquial or informal way of saying I'm stepping. Well done! Let's move on to the final part of our song. This is once again the chorus, which you've already identified the present continuous tense in. So, to make it a little more difficult, can you remember or identify which verb is being used? The verb in this chorus that is in the present continuous is I'm turning, from the verb to turn. Great work! We have finished our lesson on the present continuous tense. Let's quickly review before we say goodbye. The most common use of the present continuous is to talk about something we are doing now. For example, I'm eating dinner. We can use the present continuous to talk about future plans or arrangements. I'm going on a business trip next week. We can use the present continuous to talk about something that is changing. Your daughter is growing up so fast. And finally, we can use the present continuous to talk about something that happens again and again. For example, I'm always forgetting things. We form affirmative sentences in the present continuous by using the construction subject plus auxiliary be plus present participle. We form negative sentences by following the construction subject plus the auxiliary be plus not plus present participle. And finally, to ask questions in the present continuous, we follow the structure be plus subject plus present participle. Thank you so much. This concludes our lesson on the present continuous. Thank you for joining me today. And next lesson, we'll be moving on to the past simple. See you then. Hello, and welcome back to the English Grammar course. This is Marian, your English teacher, and I'm excited to share this lesson with you today. Our topic is the past simple tense, and we will begin shortly after a quick review of our last topic, the present continuous. The most common use of the present continuous is to talk about something we are doing now. For example, I'm playing basketball. We also use the present continuous for the following reasons: to talk about future plans or arrangements. I'm running the marathon next week. To indicate something that is changing. The company is growing quickly. And to talk about something that happens again and again. It's always snowing in winter. To form affirmative sentences in the present continuous, we follow the structure subject plus the auxiliary verb to be plus the present participle, which is any verb ending with the letters ing or ing. To form negative sentences in the present continuous, we use the construction subject, auxiliary verb to be, not, present participle. And finally, to ask questions, we place the auxiliary to be at the beginning of the sentence and follow it with the subject and the present participle. So let's practice. Which sentence is correct? She's liking chocolate cake. She likes chocolate cake. The second sentence is correct. We do not use the present continuous with stative verbs, which include verbs of taste or opinion. Like is a stative verb. Therefore, we must use the present simple. Can you call me back? I'm drive to work right now. Can you call me back? I'm driving to work right now. The second sentence is correct. I'm driving to work right now. The verb drive needs to be in the present participle in order to be part of the present continuous. He is looking forward to meeting you. He are looking forward to meeting you. The first sentence is correct. The auxiliary verb to be must be in agreement with the subject, in this case, the pronoun he. He is, not he are. I am doing this right? Am I doing this right? The second sentence is correct. In questions, we must place the auxiliary verb before the subject. They aren't sleeping well. They aren't sleeping well. The second sentence is correct. There is the contraction of they are, and aren't is the contraction of are and not. Therefore, in the first sentence, we have the auxiliary be twice, which is not necessary. She's isn't running for president. She's not running for president. The second sentence is correct. Just like in the previous practice activity, we do not need the auxiliary verb to be twice. Is he going to work tomorrow? He is going to work tomorrow. The first sentence is correct. We always place the auxiliary verb before the subject in a question. Well done! Now we can move on with our lesson on the past simple tense. The past simple is used in 3 ways. To talk about an action that happened once in the past. I was at the cinema this evening. I saw him at the supermarket. We also use the past simple to talk about an action in the past that was finished or completed at an unspecified time. I lived in London for 5 years. This sentence means that I do not live in London now, but the sentence does not indicate when I stopped or when I finished living in London. I listened to that song a lot last winter. Finally, we use the past simple to talk about an action that happened regularly in the past. For example, I walked to work every day last year. We can also use the past simple with the phrases I wish or if only to express things that we want now in the present but are usually not possible. For example, I wish I lived in a warmer country. If only he stopped drinking so much. With the phrase I wish, we can use both past forms of the verb to be, was and were. For example, I wish I were taller. I wish I was taller. Both sentences are correct. Another example, Patrick wishes he were smarter. Patrick wishes he was smarter. Once again, both sentences are correct. Now, we form the past simple tense of irregular verbs by adding ed to the end of the infinitive or base form of a verb. For example, talk. I talked. You talked. He, she, it talked. We talked. You talked. They talked. Notice how talked is not pronounced talked. Regular verbs in the past simple tense are pronounced with a t or a d sound at the end. Talked, liked, walked. Also notice that unlike the present simple, the ending of regular verbs in the past simple tense remain the same for all pronouns. For example, I talked to my sister yesterday. I liked your dress at the party last night. I called you this morning, but you didn't pick up. Now, there is a very long list of irregular verbs that are formed differently in the past simple, and we will look into these a little later in the lesson. Now, to form negative sentences in the past simple, we use the auxiliary verb did, which is the past tense of do. We follow the construction subject plus did not plus infinitive. For example, they did not go on holiday last summer. We can also contract did and not to form didn't. I didn't see you at the party. I didn't like chocolate when I was a child. To form questions in the past simple, we use the auxiliary verb did plus the subject plus an infinitive verb. For example, did she play basketball as a child? Did you move to this neighborhood recently? We can also ask questions in the past simple using question words. We place them before the auxiliary verb did, which is before the subject of the sentence. For example, when did you go to the gym? Where did you eat dinner last night? Well done. It's time for some practice. Can you fill in the gaps using the words in the box? Let's go. I walked to work last week. This sentence is affirmative or positive, and therefore we use the past simple of the verb walk. I didn't call my mom this week. This is a negative sentence, therefore we must use the negative contraction didn't, plus an infinitive verb, call. Did you want more time to finish shopping? This is a question in the past simple tense. Therefore, we begin the sentence with the auxiliary verb did, and we follow it with the subject, you, and the infinitive form of the verb want. When did you go to Spain last year? I repaired my shoes myself. I helped him clean up. I didn't like the way he talked to me. Great work! We're finished with this practice. Now let's take the time to dive deeper into irregular verbs. These are often difficult for English learners because there are no particular set rules on how to recognize them, but they simply need to be learned by heart. For example, make, made. I made pumpkin pie for Thanksgiving. The good news is that past simple verbs are the same for all pronouns, except with the verb to be. We conjugate to be in the past tense as follows. I was, you were, he, she, it was, we were, you were, they were. For example, I was angry. They were upset. Now let's take a look at some common irregular verbs used in the past tense. Drink, drank. I drank too much wine last night. Eat, ate. I ate a lot of candy when I was young. Drive, drove. I drove to California last Christmas. Begin, began. I began learning French last fall. Break, broke. I broke my arm while skiing. Read, read. I read this book twice last summer. You may notice that read and read have the same spelling. The way to know how to pronounce it will be based on the context of the sentence. In this example, we have the words last summer. Therefore, we know the sentence describes an action in the past. Therefore, we must read, I read this book twice last summer. Have, had. I had no toys as a child. Feel, felt. I felt great joy after my niece was born. Forget, forgot. I forgot to turn off all the lights. Get, got. I got to the bus stop right on time. Hear, heard. I heard you're moving to Tanzania. Give, gave. He gave her all his love, but she still left. Keep, kept. I kept losing my keys, so I bought a key ring. Pay, paid. He paid the bills on time. Leave, left. She left the door open for you. Run, ran. My brother ran a marathon last year. Speak, spoke. I spoke good French when I was in school. Write, wrote. He wrote her a love song. Okay, enough examples for now. The list of irregular verbs is long. The best way to learn is by engaging your mind actively in the lesson, which means practice. We will be completing a series of activities, the last one being our usual task-based activity. So let's get started. Can you match these past simple tense verbs with their present simple forms? Win, won. Slide, slid. sleep, slept, spend, spent, wake, woke, think, thought, swim, swam. Cut, cut, throw, threw, send, sent, put, put, let, let, know, knew, hurt, hurt. It's interesting to notice in this list of irregular verbs how many of them stay the same in the present and past simple tenses. Cut, put, let, hurt. It's also interesting to note that verbs that end with OW, like throw or know, are changed to EW in the past simple. Through, knew. Catch, caught. Draw, drew. Break, broke. Fight, fought. Build, built. Go, went. Blow, blew. Notice how blow also is changed to EW at the end in the past simple, but also the verb draw that ends with AW also got transformed to EW in the past simple tense. Steal, stole. Stand, stood. Send, sent. Tell, told. Wear, wore. Sing, sang. Spend, spent. Notice how send and spend both end with END and got changed to ENT when conjugated to the past simple tense. Sit, sat. Hold, held. Give, gave. Buy, bought. Fly, flew. Lose, lost. Come, came. Great work! We're finished with our first activity. Now let's move on to a gap fill one. Can you conjugate the verb into the past simple? I lost my phone. I broke my finger while boxing. It cost me $10. You dealt the cards at the poker game yesterday. She found a pretty necklace at the store. She was tired, so she sat down. They slept very well last night. He sang it very beautifully. He ate so much food. I wrote him a kind note to thank him. I took good care of him. She threw her bag to the ground in anger. I told you not to go there. Well done. That's the end of our second practice activity. Now time to move on to our task-based one. Here is the opening paragraph of a story called The Frog Prince by the Brothers Grimm. We are going to read this text together. Then you will have 3 minutes to identify all the verbs in the past simple tense. Ready, set, let's go. One fine evening, a young princess put on her bonnet and clogs and went out to take a walk by herself in a wood. And when she came to a cool spring of water that rose in the midst of it, she sat herself down to rest a while. Now, she had a golden ball in her hand, which was her favorite plaything, and she was always tossing it up into the air and catching it again as it fell. After a time, she threw it up so high that she missed catching it as it fell, and the ball bounded away and rolled along upon the ground, till at last it fell down into the spring. The princess looked into the spring after her ball, but it was very deep, so deep that she could not see the bottom of it. Then she began to bewail her loss and said, "Alas, if I could only get my ball again, I would give all my fine clothes and jewels and everything that I have in the world." All right, 3 minutes start now. Time's up. Now, in this text, we have a total of 18 verbs conjugated in the past simple tense. 4 of those verbs are regular verbs: missed, bounded, rolled, and looked. 14 of these verbs are irregular verbs: put, went, came, rose, sat, had, was, fell, threw, began, and said. The phrase underlined in pink that says, "She was always tossing." This is an example of the past continuous. In this case, was is used as an auxiliary verb and not as an action verb. We will be learning about the past continuous in our next lesson, but I just wanted to bring your attention to it as a bit of an introduction. All right, let's move on to review. The past simple tense is used in 3 ways: to describe an action that happened once in the past. I drove to work this morning. For an action in the past that was completed at an unspecified time. I was so excited to see the play. And to talk about an action that happened regularly in the past. I worked in London last year. To form the past simple of regular verbs, we simply add ed at the end of the infinitive form. I talked, you talked, she talked, he talked, it talked, we talked, you talked, they talked. For irregular verbs, the rule is they must be learned by heart. Finally, the verb to be, which is also irregular, but important to mention. We conjugated in the past simple as follows. I was, you were, she was, he was, it was, we were, you were, they were. To form negative sentences in the past simple, we use the construction subject plus did plus not plus infinitive. For example, my daughter did not want to go back to school. We can also contract did not as didn't. We didn't like that restaurant. To form questions in the past simple tense, we follow the structure did plus subject plus infinitive. For example, did you enjoy the concert? Did is the past auxiliary verb of do. You is the subject, and enjoy is an infinitive verb. Another example, did we win? Well done! Thank you for sticking with me through yet another lesson of the English grammar course. I hope you had fun today, and I look forward to our next class. See you soon! Hello, and welcome back to the English grammar course. I'm Marian, and I am delighted to be back on this journey with you today. In this lesson, we will be reviewing the lesson contents on the past simple, then advance to learning about the past continuous. So let's begin. The past simple is used in three main ways. To talk about an action that happened once in the past. I went to the cinema yesterday. To talk about an action in the past that was finished or completed at an unspecified time. I didn't like that card game we played last week. And finally, to talk about an action that happened regularly in the past. I went shopping every Sunday when I lived in London. We form the past tense of regular verbs by adding ed to the end of the infinitive form of each verb. This applies to regular verbs. For example, I called, you called, she called, he called, it called, we called, you called, they called. With irregular verbs, the infinitive form completely changes. There are many irregular verbs, and the only way to know how to conjugate them is by learning them by heart. The verb to be is also an irregular verb and is worth mentioning here. It conjugates in the past simple as follows. I was, you were, she was, he was, it was, we were, you were, they were. To form negative sentences in the past tense, we use the negative auxiliary verb did not, which can be contracted to didn't. We follow the construction subject plus did not or didn't plus the infinitive form of the verb. For example, my family did not want to go back to New York. Or, we didn't want any more advice from him. To form questions in the past simple tense, we use the auxiliary verb did plus subject plus the infinitive verb. Did you prefer the pasta or the chicken? Did they lose? All right, it's practice time. Can you choose the correct sentence? I sent my grandma a postcard from Rome. I sended my grandma a postcard from Rome. The first sentence is correct. In the past simple, the verb send, which is an irregular verb, becomes sent. I went to the beach this morning. I go to the beach this morning. The first sentence is correct. This morning is the past. Therefore, we need to conjugate the verb go to the past simple tense. I swam in the public swimming pool growing up. I swam in the public swimming pool growing up. The second sentence is correct. The past simple form of the verb to swim is swam. Swum with a U is the past participle, which we will learn in our future lessons of this chapter. Did your family go to Florida for the holidays? Did your family went to Florida for the holidays? The first question is correct. In questions, we use the infinitive verb with the auxiliary verb do. Did your family go? We do not use the past simple form of the verb. How many times did you read that book? How many times you did read that book? The first sentence is correct. We must place the auxiliary verb before the subject in a question. Oh no, I forgot my sunglasses. Oh no, I forgot my sunglasses. The second sentence is correct. The past simple form of the verb forget is forgot. Did she like her surprise? Did she liked her surprise? The first sentence is correct. In questions in the past simple, we use the auxiliary did with the infinitive verb. Therefore, like, and not its past simple form, liked. I drove to work today. I drive to work today. The first sentence is correct. The past simple form of the verb drive is drove. I feel sick. I eaten too much sugar yesterday. I feel sick. I ate too much sugar yesterday. The second sentence is correct. The past simple form of the verb eat is ate. Eaten is what we call the past participle, which we will learn later in this chapter. Well done! We've finished this practice. Now time to move on to the past continuous. There are many common uses for this verb tense. We use the past continuous to talk about an action that was happening in the past until another action started. For example, they were eating outside when it started to rain. I was doing my homework when my mom called me downstairs for dinner. We also use the past continuous tense for an action that happened before or after a specific time. At 9 a.m., I was running in the park. This sentence indicates that I started running before 9 a.m. and was still running at 9 a.m. and is likely still running after 9 a.m. It's an ongoing action. Let's compare these two sentences. I was doing my homework at 8 p.m. I did my homework at 8 p.m. The first sentence is in the past continuous, was doing, and indicates that I started doing my homework before 8 p.m. and was still doing homework at 8. The second sentence in the past simple indicates that I started my homework at 8 p.m., not before. We also use the past continuous to show that an action lasted for a long time in the past. For example, my stomach was hurting yesterday Everyone was shouting at dinner. We often use the past continuous at the beginning of a story. For example, last Saturday, I was waiting in line at the bank when the man in front of me just started shouting for no reason. We also use the past continuous to indicate a change of mind. For example, I was going to eat pasta for dinner, but my stomach wasn't well, so I had soup instead. Just like with the past simple tense, we can use the past continuous with the words wish or if only to express things that we want now in the present. She wishes we were traveling in first class. If only I wasn't running late to work. Equally, just like with the present continuous, we do not use the past continuous with stative verbs, which are verbs of thinking and feeling, of senses, or of opinion. We never use these verbs with continuous tenses, whether that may be the past, the present, or the future. For example, we do not say, "When I arrived at the restaurant, I was needing to use the bathroom." Using the past continuous with the verb need is incorrect. Instead, we must say, "When I arrived at the restaurant, I needed to use the bathroom." To form the past continuous, we use the past tense of the verb to be, which we use as an auxiliary verb, and we add it with the present participle, which means verbs ending in ing. For example, I was calling her phone when she showed up. A quick reminder on how to conjugate the verb to be. I was, you were, he was, she was, it was, we were, you were, they were. We were playing a game when the lights went out. Practice time. Can you fill in the gaps in the past continuous? I was waiting for the bus when the car crashed. Jenny and Laura were dancing all night at the party. They were reading all summer in order to finish that book. Jim fell off the ladder while he was painting the ceiling. Great work! Now let's move on to negative sentences. To form negative sentences, we can use the structure subject plus was or were plus not plus the present participle. For example, we were not sleeping at 10 p.m. We can also contract the auxiliary verb be with the word not. Was not becomes wasn't, and were not becomes weren't. For example, we weren't sleeping at 10 p.m. I wasn't eating yet. Just a reminder that in spoken and informal English, native speakers almost always use contractions, and it's important for you to practice them too. Only in formal or academic writing should you not use contractions. Now, to ask questions with the past continuous, we place the auxiliary verb to be before the subject and follow the construction was or were plus subject plus present participle. The affirmative sentence, she was visiting Paris this time last year, becomes as a question, was she visiting Paris this time last year? Another example, I was running late. Were you running late? Remember to conjugate the verb to be according to its subject. Great work! It's time for practice. Can you choose the correct sentence or question? You were laughing at the clown? Were you laughing at the clown? The second sentence is correct. We must place the auxiliary verb before the subject in a question. John and Tom weren't watching the dog when it fell in the swimming pool. John and Tom wasn't watching the dog when it fell in the swimming pool. The first sentence is correct. John and Tom are two subjects. Therefore, their pronoun is they. John and Tom weren't watching. Were you eating dinner when I called? Were you eating dinner when I called? The first sentence is correct. Were you eating? Were, W-E-R-E, is the past form of the verb to be. The word where, W-H-E-R-E, is an adverb of place, not an auxiliary verb. I weren't driving home from work yet at 9 p.m. I wasn't driving home from work yet at 9 p.m. The second sentence is correct. With the subject pronoun I, the auxiliary verb to be becomes was in the past tense. At 8 p.m., we still weren't getting ready. At 8 p.m., we still were not getting ready. The second sentence is correct. We are not using a contraction, but that's okay. Better to use the verb without a contraction than with an incorrect contraction. In the first sentence, weren't should be spelled W-E-R-E-N''T. Lola is leaving the party when I arrived. Lola was leaving the party when I arrived. The second sentence is correct. The auxiliary verb be must be in the past tense in order to form the past continuous. Lola is leaving is the present continuous and cannot be used with the verb I arrived. The two tenses clash. I was making banana bread last night when the oven suddenly caught fire. I was making banana bread last night when the oven suddenly caught fire. The first sentence is correct. When using the auxiliary verb be in the past tense, we do not contract it with the subject. Great job! Now time to move on to our task-based activity. This is an extract from the book Eat, Pray, Love by Elizabeth Gilbert, a very famous and popular book about a woman traveling around Italy and Asia. In this text, we have some examples of the past continuous. We will read the text together, then you will have 3 minutes to find the uses of the past continuous. Are you ready? Let's go. My original plan had been to stay here for just 6 weeks, have a bit of a transcendental experience, then continue traveling all over India. Looking for God. And I was even planning on meeting the Dalai Lama in March, up in Dharamsala. I was hoping he could teach me about God, but to stay put, to immobilize myself in a small ashram in a tiny little village in the middle of nowhere, no, this was not my plan. On the other hand, the Zen masters always say that you cannot see your reflection in running water, only in still water. So something was telling me it would be spiritually negligent to run off now, when so much was happening right here in this small cloistered place where every minute of the day is organized to facilitate self-exploration and devotional practice. All right, time to find the past continuous. 3 minutes, let's go. Time's up. Let's take a look. In this text, there are 4 uses of the past continuous. The first one is, I was even planning. Notice how there is an adverb used between the auxiliary verb and the main verb. The 3 other instances are was hoping, was telling, and was happening. Well done! We have finished with today's lesson and only have review to go. So we use the past continuous for an action that was happening in the past until another action started. I was watching TV when you called. We use the past continuous for an action that happened before or after a specific time. I was sleeping at 11 p.m. We use the past continuous for an action that lasted for a long time in the past. I was sneezing all day because of my allergies. We use the past continuous at the beginning of a story sometimes. I was driving when suddenly a cat ran into the middle of the road. We can use this tense to express a change of mind. I was going to go for a run when I decided to walk instead. And finally, we can use the past continuous to express things that we want now in the present. I wish I wasn't coughing so badly. To form affirmative sentences in the past continuous, we use the construction subject plus auxiliary verb to be plus the present participle. I was talking to her when my sister interrupted me. They were playing football last night. To form negative sentences, we follow the structure subject plus wasn't or weren't plus the present participle. She wasn't working last weekend. Remember, wasn't is the contracted form of was not, and weren't is the contracted form of were not. Finally, to form questions in the past continuous, we follow the construction was or were plus subject plus the present participle. Were you shopping when I called? Great work! Yet another lesson of the English grammar course finished. Well done for reaching this stage, and I look forward to our next lesson on the simple future. See you soon! Hello, and welcome back to the English grammar course. This is Marion, your English teacher. And after a quick review of our last lesson's topic on the future continuous, we'll be dedicating this lesson to a full review of the simple and continuous forms of the present, past, and future. But first, future continuous review. We use the future continuous to indicate an action that will be in progress at a specific time in the future. I'll be cooking when you arrive. We also use the future continuous for an ongoing action happening before and after a specific time in the future. I'll be performing live tomorrow at 3 p.m. This sentence means that I will start performing before 3 p.m. and will still be performing after 3 p.m. To speak in the future continuous, we use the construction subject plus will be plus present participle, which means verbs ending in ing or ing. For example, they can't come for drinks tomorrow. They'll be watching the new Wes Anderson movie. To use adverbs with the future continuous tense, we place the adverb between the two auxiliary verbs will and be and follow the pattern subject plus will plus adverb plus be plus present participle. For example, I'll no longer be playing guitar with this group. To form negative sentences in the future continuous, we use the construction subject plus will not plus be plus present participle. And in spoken and informal English, we can also contract will not to won't. They won't be joining us for dinner tonight. Finally, to ask questions in the future continuous, we follow the structure will plus subject plus be plus present participle. Will you be studying in Madrid next year? All right, it's time to practice. Can you choose the grammatically correct sentence? This time on Thursday, he'll driving to the airport. This time on Thursday, he'll be driving to the airport. The second sentence is correct. Don't forget the auxiliary be. It is important, even necessary, to form the future continuous. I can't go for lunch tomorrow. I'll be decorating the new office. I can't go for lunch tomorrow. I'm be decorating the new office. The first sentence is correct. We must use the auxiliary be, will and be, not the auxiliary be twice. On my holiday, I won't be waking up at 7 a.m. as I usually do. On my holiday, I won't not be waking up at 7 a.m. as I usually do. The first sentence is correct. The proper way to contract will and not is won't, W-O-N''T. Marion, I'm going to New York next week. Katie, cool. Where will you be staying? Marion, I'm going to New York next week. Katie, cool. Where will you be staying? The second dialogue is correct. We must use the present participle and not the infinitive of the verb stay. The metro line will not be operating normally on Christmas Day. The metro line won't be operating normally on Christmas Day. The second sentence is correct. The point of contractions is to make spoken language easier and more fluent. Contracting the auxiliary will with the noun metro line only makes it clunkier and therefore not easy to say. This time tomorrow, my brother will be taking his final exam. This time tomorrow, my brother be taking his final exam. The first sentence is correct. Don't forget the auxiliary verb will when forming the future continuous. Great work! We've finished. Now let's move on to our full practice and review session of the simple and continuous tenses. Let's start with the present simple and continuous. We use the present simple to indicate an action we do regularly. I walk to work. We use it to indicate something that is true now or always true. I live in Paris. And to express feelings that are happening right now. I'm happy. We use the present continuous for an action we are doing now. I'm walking to work. For something that is changing or growing. She's getting taller. Or to indicate that an event happens regularly or repeatedly. It's always snowing here in winter. Great work! Let's begin our practice. Can you fill in the gaps using either the present simple or continuous? She doesn't like carrot cake. We are talking about something that is always true. Therefore, we use the present simple. We're not having pasta for dinner. I made pizza instead. We are talking about an action happening now. Therefore, we need to use the present continuous. How long are you staying in Budapest for? Here we are talking about an ongoing action, an action that will last a long time. Therefore, we use the present continuous. I like to read before bed. We don't drink much beer. I clean my apartment every Sunday. This is an action we do regularly. It's a routine. Therefore, we use the present simple. Do you enjoy hiking? What do you want? She's going shopping now. We go to the beach every weekend. I'm sorry, she doesn't want to go out with you. He has a dog. They're having a party. I'm watching the new season of Stranger Things. It's my favorite show. We watch a new film every week during movie night. I never eat mushrooms. I'm having dinner with Josie. Fantastic! Now we can move on to a review and practice of the past simple and continuous. We use the past simple to indicate that an action happened once in the past. I broke my toe last week. We also use it to refer to an action that finished at an unspecified time in the past. I lived in Paris last year. This sentence means that I do not live in Paris now, and I do not indicate when I stopped living in Paris. The end is unspecified. Finally, we also use the past simple for an action that happened regularly in the past. I walked to work last year. Now, we use the past continuous for an action that was happening in the past until another action started, usually in the past simple. I was walking to work when someone tried to rob me. We use the past continuous for an action that happened before or after a specific time. I was already sleeping at 11 p.m. Notice how we can use an adverb between the auxiliary verb be and sleeping. Finally, we use the past continuous to indicate an action lasted for a long time in the past. I was running late for work this morning. Let's get practicing. Can you fill in the gaps with either the past simple or the past continuous? I played tennis yesterday. I was playing tennis yesterday. In this situation, both of these sentences are correct. If you say, I was playing tennis yesterday, you're putting more emphasis on the action lasting a long time. She had a heart attack while she was working. While she was working was the action that was happening in the past continuous until another action started, which is generally in the past simple. Don't be fooled by the order of the sentence. Working was the first action, and having a heart attack was the second one that interrupted it. They went to Italy last summer. This is an action that happened once at a specific time in the past. Therefore, we use the past simple. My sister started a new job yesterday. Ben and Tom were playing tennis when Ben hurt his ankle. Josh was partying when his mother called. Last night I was sleeping when I heard a scream from next door. The ribs were cooking for hours in the oven. By using the past continuous, we are emphasizing the duration of the time that the ribs were cooking. My mom lost her keys at the supermarket last week. The team was losing until Mike started scoring lots of goals. I decided to call a friend while I was shopping. The dog was playing nicely until it got scared and bit my hand. The police caught the bank robbers as they were driving away. She brought lasagna to dinner yesterday. I swam in the sea today. Well done! Let's move on to review and practice of the simple future and continuous tenses. There are two common ways of talking in the simple future, with the modal auxiliary verb will or the construction going to. We use will to express beliefs or predictions about the future. She'll never go to Canada. To make offers or promises. I'll come pick you up. And to express instant decisions. I'll clean the closet now. We use the construction going to indicate plans and firm intentions. I'm going to the beach tomorrow. And for events that are probable based on what we can see around us. It's going to rain. We use the future continuous for an action that will be in progress at a specific time in the future. I'll already be swimming by the time you join me at the beach. And for an ongoing action that was happening before or after a specific time in the future. I will be out clubbing at 12 a.m. All right, time for practice. Can you fill in the gaps appropriately with either the simple future or continuous? You look cold. I'll make you some tea. This is an instant decision from the speaker. Therefore, we use the future simple with will. Lisa and I probably won't come to the park because it looks like it's going to rain. Won't come is the simple future with will because we are referring to plans. Whereas it's going to rain, we use the construction going to because it is a belief about the future based on what we can see. By tomorrow night, you'll be celebrating in London, and we'll be flying to Morocco. These are firm plans and intentions. Therefore, we are using the simple future with the auxiliary verb will. Promise me you won't call before 5 p.m. I don't want my boss seeing me take personal calls at work again. I'll be sleeping when you arrive. so please don't be too loud. Here we use the future continuous to indicate an ongoing action in the future, and in this case, that will be interrupted by another event or action. Hopefully, we'll be sunbathing on the beach all day tomorrow. We are emphasizing an ongoing action that will last a long time in the future. Therefore, it's appropriate to use the future continuous. When are you going to have another party? People will drive flying cars in the future. This is a prediction about the future. We can also say, people will be driving flying cars in the future. That was a terrible idea. I won't be taking Laura's advice again. I won't take Laura's advice again. Both these answers are correct. In the first example, I won't be taking Laura's advice again implies many times in the future that the speaker will not accept this person's advice. To use the simple future indicates a more punctual decision, that she will singularly not accept Laura's advice again. As we have mentioned in our previous lesson, the simple future and continuous can be used quite interchangeably and are both correct in this situation. At this rate, you'll be speaking Spanish fluently in no time. The population of France will reach 69 million by the end of the decade. Sorry, I forgot to clean the kitchen. I'll do it after lunch. Just you wait, he'll ask for money again soon. Just you wait, he'll be asking for money again soon. Using the simple future, he'll ask for money again soon, implies that he will ask one time, whereas using the future continuous, he'll be asking for money, implies that he will be asking multiple times. It is an ongoing action that is repeated or will be repeated in the future. Look at that nasty gray cloud. I bet it's going to rain soon. I know the manager well. She won't expect us to work overtime. I know the manager well. She won't be expecting us to work overtime. Great work! Now that we have reviewed and practiced in depth the simple and continuous forms of the past, present, and future, it's time to tackle the perfect tenses. See you soon for the next phase of our chapter on all things English tenses. See you soon. Hello, this is Marion, your English teacher, back for another lesson on English grammar. Today, we'll be starting our journey into the perfect tenses with a lesson on the present perfect. So let's jump straight right in. There are different uses for the present perfect. We use it to indicate something that started in the past and is still happening or true in the present. For example, I have been married for 15 years. This sentence means that I got married 15 years ago and I am still married now. Compare the sentence to the following. I was married 15 years ago. The second example is in the past simple tense and indicates that I was married in the past, but I am not married anymore. We also use the present perfect to talk about an experience that happened at a non-specific time in the past, or an experience that is still valid today. For example, I've heard that song before. You can never unhear a song. Therefore, your experience of knowing this song is still valid now. Equally, it isn't specified when I heard the song. It's sometime in the non-specific past. Great. Now that we know the functions of the present perfect, let's learn more about its form. To use the present perfect, we must use the present participle. In our lesson on the past simple, we learned that to form the past simple tense of regular verbs, we add ed to the end of the infinitive form. This is also true to form the past participle. We simply add ed. I talked, past simple. I talked, past participle. You may notice the form remains the same for all pronouns. Here is another regular verb, to want. I wanted, I wanted. You wanted, you wanted, etc. For example, I have wanted a doll since I was a child. I have never liked tomatoes. Want and like are both regular verbs. Therefore, we add ed to form the past participle. We also learned in our lesson on the past simple that there is a very long list of irregular verbs that form differently in the past simple tense. This is also the case when forming the past participle. Look at this example, the verb to eat, which is irregular. I eat, present simple. You ate, past simple. You eat, you ate. He eats, he ate. She eats, she ate, etc. All verbs that are irregular in the past simple are also irregular in the past participle. I eat, present simple. I ate, past simple. I have eaten, past participle. Notice how the past participle form of a verb remains the same for all pronouns, just like the past simple. For example, I eat vegetables every day. Eat is in the present simple tense. I ate vegetables yesterday. Ate is in the past simple tense. I've eaten vegetables my whole life. Great work. Let's look at some examples of irregular verbs. Some verbs keep their infinitive form in the present, past, simple, and past participle. Cut, cut, cut. Hurt, hurt, hurt. Hit, hit, hit. Put, put, put. Set, set, set. Read, read, read. Notice how many verbs ending in a vowel and the consonant T remain the same for all tenses. Also pay attention to the pronunciation of the verb read. Although it is spelt the same in all three conjugations, the pronunciation is different. Read, present simple. Read, past simple. Read, past participle. For example, I cut my finger while chopping onions. This is the past simple. I have cut my finger twice this morning. I read that book last summer. She has read that book so many times. Now, some verbs have the same past simple and past participle. Bring, brought, brought. Have, had, had. Make, made, made. Tell, told, told. Hear, heard, heard. Catch, caught, caught. For example, I brought wine for dinner. They have brought too many snacks for tonight. Notice the difference in meanings in these two sentences. In the first sentence, which is in the past simple tense, this is a punctual action in the past. It happened once at a specific time. The second sentence in the present perfect has an impact on the present. It is an action in the past that will affect the present or future. Finally, we have many irregular verbs that are different in all three conjugations of the present simple, past simple, and past participle. Be, was, been. Do, did, done. Drink, drank, drunk. Know, knew, known. See, saw, seen. Write, wrote, written. For example, I saw the new Spider-Man movie at the cinema yesterday. This is a specific one-time action at a specific point in the past. Therefore, we use the past simple. I have seen the new Spider-Man movie. This action happens at an unspecified time in the past. Therefore, we use the present perfect. I was happy yesterday. I've been so happy today. The first sentence in the past simple indicates that the speaker was happy at a specific point in the past. It does not indicate whether the speaker is still happy now. Whereas the second example in the present perfect indicates that the speaker has been happy in the past up to now and is probably still happy. Now, it's interesting to note an American versus British difference in an irregular verb. The verb get can be used as the past participle as got or gotten. Gotten is more used in the USA, in American English, whereas got as a past participle is more common in England and maybe some other English-speaking countries. For example, I've got 3 new books this year. I've gotten 3 new books this year. Both sentences are grammatically correct and are acceptably used in formal and informal language. Now, let's practice some irregular verbs. Can you match the past participle to its present simple form? Win, won. Speak, spoken. Sleep, slept. Spend, spent. Throw, thrown. Think, thought. Swim, swum. Great work. Let's do one more. Catch, caught. Draw, drawn. Break, broken. Sing, sung. Wear, worn. Go, gone. Give, given. Great work! Now, how do we form the present perfect? Well, we follow the sentence construction subject plus have or has plus the past participle. For example, I've heard that song before. The auxiliary have conjugates as follows. I have, you have, he, she, it has. We have, you have, they have. Remember to use the correct auxiliary verb when speaking in the present perfect tense. For example, they have been excited for the concert all week. She has been waiting for this moment her entire life. As always, it is common to use contractions with the subject and present tense of have. We use contractions in the following ways. I have, I've. You have, you've. He has, he's. She has, she's. It has, its. We have, we've. You have, you've. They have, they've. For example, you've been sad all morning. What's wrong? They've been driving for hours. Be careful. There are different contractions that can come from different auxiliaries or verbs. For example, she's happy is the contraction of she is happy. She's been happy all day is the contraction of she has been happy all day. You can tell the difference between the present simple and present perfect because the present perfect uses the past participle after the auxiliary. She's happy does not have a past participle, therefore it's the present simple. All right, it's time for practice. Can you fill in the gaps? Julia and I have known each other for 10 years. I have played football since I was a child. Or, in the contracted form, I've played football since I was a child. My brother has been in the hospital twice already this year. I have wanted to be a singer my whole life. I've wanted to be a singer my whole life. Since starting his gap year, he has traveled to over 10 different countries. Since starting his gap year, he's traveled to over 10 different countries. You have had that dress for like 10 years. It's time to get a new one. You've had that dress for like 10 years. It's time to get a new one. We have eaten too many cookies today. I feel sick. We've eaten too many cookies today. I feel sick. Fantastic work, everyone. Now, to form negative sentences in the present perfect, we follow the structure subject plus have or has plus not plus the past participle. For example, I have not seen him today. Or, my cat has not gone outside to play. We can also contract have not and has not to form haven't and hasn't. I haven't seen him today. My cat hasn't gone outside to play. To ask questions in the present perfect, we follow the structure have or has plus subject plus past participle. Because remember, when asking questions in the present perfect, we place the auxiliary verb before the subject. For example, have you eaten today? Has she been to Italy before? We can also ask questions with question words. Therefore, we keep the same structure and add the question word at the beginning. Where have you been today? How has she got this money? Now, to ask negative questions, we can use the structure have or has plus subject plus not plus past participle. Have you not eaten today? Has she not been to Italy before? Generally, when a question is asked in the negative like that, it implies that the speaker who is asking the question already knows the answer. They are just confirming what they already know. Similar structures can be applied to all tenses. Wonderful. Practice time. Can you fill in the gaps? She hasn't started her project yet. Has she played golf before? I haven't read that book. Have you been to Prague? They haven't called. Have they bought the tickets? Great work. All right. Now let's look at using adverbs with the present perfect. There are certain adverbs that are commonly used with this tense. We generally place the adverb between the auxiliary verb and the past participle, or at the end of the sentence or question. For example, with the structure subject plus have or has plus adverb plus past participle. You've never eaten cookies this good before. Or with the structure subject plus have or has plus past participle plus an adverb at the end of the sentence. She's been reading that book so quickly. Now let's look at some examples of adverbs commonly used with the present perfect. I want to be clear that these are not the only adverbs that can be used. They're just the most commonly used. And therefore, it's interesting to mention them. Ever. We often use ever to talk or ask about an experience up to the present. That was the best cake I've ever eaten. This sentence means that the cake was the best they've had in the past and is still the best the speaker has tasted up to today. Have you ever been to Belgium? Never. We use never instead of not in negative forms for emphasis. I've eaten snails, but I've never tried frog legs. I've eaten snails, but I haven't tried frog legs. Both sentences mean the same thing. They're just expressed differently. Make sure not to use never with the negative auxiliary have not. because then that would change the meaning of the sentence. Certain adverbs of time are also commonly used to indicate an action begun in the recent past, therefore not very long ago. Recently, just, yet, lately, today. Have you tried the local specialty yet? Note that we only use yet in questions and negative sentences, never affirmative sentences. Another example, I've recently started learning French. Let's practice using adverbs with the present perfect. Can you fill in the gaps? What's the craziest city you've ever visited? Have you seen Kate? Yes, she's just arrived to the party. I sent out many job applications, but I haven't received any replies yet. I haven't started this book yet. Have you ever flown in a helicopter? She hasn't drunk enough water today. Good job. Finally, it is important to remember that you cannot use the present perfect for an action that happened at a specific point in the past. We use the past simple in that case. So for example, we do not say, I've spoken to her at 10 a.m. because this is a specific action at a specific time. Instead, we must say, I spoke to her at 10 a.m. So let's go on and practice the difference between the present perfect and past simple. Choose the grammatically correct sentence. Paul has broken his phone yesterday. Paul broke his phone yesterday. The second sentence is correct. We use the past simple for an action that happened once at a time in the past. We have been to India twice in our lives. We went to India twice in our lives. The first sentence is correct. We're talking about multiple actions in the past at non-specific times. Therefore, we use the present perfect. You make me so happy. I have always loved you. You make me so happy. I always loved you. The first sentence is correct. This is an action that started in the past and is still true now in the present. Therefore, we use the present perfect. Shakespeare has written the classic love story, Romeo and Juliet. Shakespeare wrote the classic love story, Romeo and Juliet. The second sentence is correct. We must use the past simple for an action that happened once at a specific point in the past. What have you done last weekend? What did you do last weekend? The second question is correct. Did you ever eat snails? Have you ever eaten snails? The second question is correct. We are asking if a person has experienced something in the past and now in the present. Therefore, we use the present perfect. My grandparents have moved to Europe in 1989. My grandparents moved to Europe in 1989. The second sentence is correct. My mom has lived in France since 2010. My mom lived in France since 2010. The first sentence is correct. Great work! Now we can move on to our last practice of the day, our task-based activity. Today, we have an extract from the famous novel Eat, Pray, Love by Elizabeth Gilbert. It's a story which is biographical of the author as she travels throughout Italy, India, and Indonesia to find food, balance, and spirituality. We will read the text together. Then you will have 3 minutes to find all instances of the present perfect. So, let's begin. I sat there for 2 hours. A bird might very well have landed on my head. I wouldn't have noticed. Let me be clear about one thing. I recognize that this experiment wasn't the most stoic act of fortitude in the history of mankind, and I'm not asking for a Congressional Medal of Honor here. But there was something mildly thrilling for me about realizing that in my 34 years on Earth, I have never not slapped at a mosquito when it was biting me. I've been a puppet to this and to millions of other small and large signals of pain or pleasure throughout my life. Whenever something happens, I always react. But here I was, disregarding the reflex. When it was all over, I stood up, walked to my room, and assessed the damage. I counted 20 mosquito bites, but within half an hour, all the bites had diminished. All right, 3 minutes to find all uses of the present perfect. Let's go. Were you able to find all the uses of the present perfect in this text? There were 4 in total. Have landed, have noticed, have never not slapped, which includes an adverb and a negation, and I've been. Well done on all your efforts. We can move on and conclude this lesson with a review. We use the present perfect to indicate that an action started in the past and is still happening in the present. They've been on the road since yesterday. This sentence means that they are still on the road now. We also use the present perfect to talk about an experience that happened at a non-specific time in the past and may still have an influence on today. I've loved him since I was 10 years old. This sentence indicates that the speaker still loves him. To form the present perfect, we use the construction subject plus have or has plus the past participle. I have lost my keys, or in its contracted form, I've lost my keys. To form negative sentences in the present perfect, we follow the structure subject plus have or has plus not plus past participle. We can also contract the auxiliary with the adverb not, therefore creating haven't and hasn't. I have not gone shopping yet. I haven't gone shopping yet. Finally, to ask questions in the present perfect, we follow the structure have or has plus subject plus past participle. Have they found the missing puzzle piece? There are certain adverbs that are commonly used with the present perfect. We generally place these adverbs between the auxiliary verb have or has and the past participle, or at the end of a sentence or question. I've always wanted to go skiing in France. I haven't been to France yet. Great work, everybody! This concludes our lesson on the present perfect tense. Next up, the past perfect. See you then! Hello, and welcome back to the English Grammar course, taught by me, Marion. I'm excited to be back on this grammar journey with you today. Before we move on to today's topic on the past perfect tense, let's review the present perfect tense, the subject of our last lesson. We use the present perfect to indicate an action that started in the past and is still happening in the present. She's had a hard time this year. Notice that she's is the contraction of she has. She has had a hard time this year. We also use the present perfect to talk about an experience that happened at a non-specific time in the past, or that is still a valid experience today. I've never been happier. Once again, I've is a contraction of I have. I have never been happier. To form the present perfect, we use the sentence construction subject plus have or has, depending on what the subject is, plus the past participle. They have eaten a whole cake. or its contracted form, they've eaten a whole cake. To form negative sentences with the present perfect, we use the structure subject plus have or has plus not plus past participle. We can also contract have not and has not to form haven't or hasn't. I have not found your necklace. I haven't found your necklace. To ask questions in the present perfect, we use the construction have or has plus subject plus past participle. Have they bought a new sofa? Excellent work! To use adverbs with the present perfect tense, we can place the adverb between the auxiliary verb have or has and the verb in the past participle, or we can place the adverb at the end of the sentence. I've never been skydiving. She's improved her grades so quickly. Great work! Now let's practice. Which sentence is correct? I has broken the television. I have broken the television. The second sentence is correct. With the pronoun I, we use the auxiliary have. They haven't asked for permission to go yet. They yet haven't asked for permission to go. The first sentence is correct. We use the adverb yet typically at the end of a sentence, not the beginning. Have you ever been to America? Have you ever been to America? The second sentence is correct. To form the present perfect, we use the past participle and not the infinitive or present simple forms. She haven't washed the car yet. She hasn't washed the car yet. The second sentence is correct. We use the auxiliary has not with a third person singular pronoun she. We've always been poor. We always been poor. The first sentence is correct. Don't forget to use the auxiliary have or has when forming the present perfect. It hasn't rained much today. It hasn't rained much today. The second sentence is correct. HASN apostrophe T is the correct way to contract has not. She's ate all the candy. She's eaten all the candy. The second sentence is correct. The verb eat must be in the past participle and not the past simple tense. Well done! It's time to move on to the past perfect. If the present perfect is mainly used to describe an action that began in the past and is ongoing now, the past perfect is generally used to indicate an action that started and ended at different times in the past. Therefore, we use the past perfect to show the order of two past events. I had been single for 5 years when I met Tom. This sentence indicates an ongoing action in the past. I had been single, and indicates the time at which that action stopped, when I met Tom. Notice how the past perfect is often followed by the past simple, in this sentence with the verb met. Therefore, we combine the past perfect with the past simple to indicate that an action was ongoing when another interrupted it. When my mom arrived, I had finished making dinner. Arrived is in the past simple tense. Had finished is the past perfect tense. Notice how we can change the order of the sentence without changing its meaning. I had finished making dinner when my mother arrived. When my mother arrived, I had finished making dinner. It's important to pay attention to the order of the clauses in order to use correct pronunciation. When the main clause is at the beginning of the sentence, we do not need a comma. When the subordinate clause, in this example, when my mother arrived, is at the beginning of the sentence, we must follow it with a comma. Either way you write the sentence, the meaning remains the same. It's also very important to note that if there is a single event that happened in the past, especially at a specific time, then we do not use the past perfect. For example, the boys played guitar at the talent show. This is a one-time event. Therefore, we use the past simple. The boys had played guitar at the show is incorrect. To form the past perfect, we use the structure subject plus had plus past participle. The movie had started when we arrived at the cinema. The movie is the subject, had is the auxiliary verb, and started is the past participle form of the verb to start. As usual, in spoken and informal written English, we generally use contractions with the past perfect. We form it by combining the subject and the auxiliary verb had, and replacing the letters HA with an apostrophe. I had, I'd. You had, you'd. He, she, it had. He'd, she'd, it'd. Although we don't usually contract it with the auxiliary had, because it doesn't make the flow of the sentence any easier. And after all, that is the point of contractions. We had, we'd. You had, you'd. They had, they'd. For example, we'd eaten all our snacks before we even reached the top of the mountain. They began feeling sick after they'd eaten the steak. Great work! Time for practice. Can you fill in the gaps using the correct subject and past perfect form? When I left the taxi, I realized that I'd forgotten my keys inside. She'd read the dictionary twice by the time she turned 11 years old. Noticed how we use the past simple tense with the verb turn following the past perfect tense to indicate that an action ended at a specific time in the past. I looked at the photograph and remembered that I'd seen that man before. Sadly, the house had burned down by the time the firefighters arrived. I couldn't see the game live. It had finished by the time I could get off work. They were full of energy because they'd slept so well. If you'd listened to me, you would have got the internship. Great work! Now, how to form negative constructions in the past perfect? Well, we use the construction subject plus had plus not plus the past participle. We can contract had and not to form hadn't. For example, I had not been to this museum before. They hadn't met their nephew this time last year. To ask questions in the past perfect, we use the construction had plus subject plus past participle. Had you ever seen a real elephant before? Excellent work! Practice time again. Can you fill in the gaps using question or negative forms in the past perfect tense? It was time to leave, but Annie hadn't showered yet. They hadn't arrived at the party when I got there. Had they eaten the whole cake, or were you able to have some? Had she moved to Madrid when you broke up with her? She hadn't chosen a name when he suggested Marco. They hadn't left when I arrived. Great work. Now, it is common to use adverbs with the past perfect, and some adverbs are more frequently used than others. We place the following adverbs between the auxiliary had and the past participle. For example, already. We'd already left the house by the time it started raining. Already means before the specified time. Still, which means as previously. Had you still not finished your homework at 4 p.m.? Just, which means a very short time before the specified time. I had just checked the time when the buzzer rang. Ever, which means at any time before the specified time. Had you ever visited Thailand before that trip? The specified time is that trip, and ever indicates any point in time before the trip. Never, which means at no time before the specified time. I never seen a real giraffe before that trip to the zoo. All right, practice time. Can you choose the correct sentence? She didn't have a sandwich as she just had one less than an hour ago. She didn't have a sandwich as she just had one less than an hour ago. The second sentence is correct. In this sentence, we have two uses of had. The first one is the auxiliary verb, whereas the second one is the main verb in the past participle form. We must place the adverb just between the auxiliary and the past participle. When I got to the party, Ben had already left. When I got to the party, Ben already had left. The first sentence is correct. The adverb must be placed between the auxiliary and the main verb. I had a driving lesson yesterday. I was nervous because never I'd driven before. I had a driving lesson yesterday. I was nervous because I'd never driven before. The second sentence is correct. The thieves had just escaped when the police arrived. The thieves had escaped just when the police arrived. The first sentence is correct. Had you met someone from India before Raj ever? Had you ever met someone from India before Raj? The second sentence is correct. The adverb ever is not placed at the end of a sentence, but between, you guessed it, the auxiliary verb and the past participle. It was the most beautiful bridge I'd ever seen. It was the most beautiful bridge I'd seen ever. That's right. The first sentence is correct. Great work. Now it's time for a task-based activity. Here is an excerpt from the famous and popular novel Eat, Pray, Love by Elizabeth Gilbert. We will start by reading this excerpt together. Then you will have 3 minutes to identify all the uses of the past perfect tense. Let's get reading. So, as I chanted each verse, I realized that I needed to find something or somebody to whom I could devote this hymn of pure love. But something had been stopping me short from offering up that love in sincerity. Nick, my nephew, is an 8-year-old boy, skinny for his age, scarily smart, frighteningly astute, sensitive, complex. He is a gift from God to all of us. I told him this fact through this old Sanskrit scripture, and soon I noticed that I was weeping cool tears. But before I could wipe the tears away, the Guru Gita was over. The hour and a half was finished. It felt like 10 minutes had passed. I realized what had happened, that Nikki had carried me through it. The little soul I'd wanted to help had actually been helping me. All right, let's go. Time's up! There are 5 instances of the past perfect in this text. 10 minutes had passed. I realized what had happened. The little soul I'd wanted to help had actually been helping me. Notice in the last example how the adverb actually is placed between the auxiliary verb and the past participle. Great job today! Now let's review. We use the past perfect to speak about an action that started and ended at different moments in the past, usually because it was interrupted by another event. For example, the song had just finished when they decided to go home. To form the past perfect, we use the structure subject plus had plus past participle. I had never drunk iced tea before coming to the USA. And we can also contract the subject with the auxiliary had. I'd had enough of his bad attitude, so I left the dinner party. To form negative sentences in the past perfect, we use the structure subject plus had plus not plus past participle, or we can use this construction with the contraction hadn't. I had not drunk a drop of water all day. I was so thirsty. I hadn't said anything, but he got really angry. To ask questions in the past perfect, we use the structure had plus subject plus past participle. Had Tom made breakfast when you got up? It is common to use the following adverbs with the past perfect: already, just, still, ever, never. We place them between the auxiliary verb and the past participle. I invited my brother to join us, but he'd already made other plans. Great work! We have finished today's lesson on the past perfect. Next class, onwards we go with the future perfect. See you then!